kindly settle down. Good morning and a very warm welcome to Indian Poultry Review Annual Conclave 2024. It is indeed a privilege to have such a distinguished gathering with us today. Before we begin today's seminar, which is titled Evolving Landscape of Poultry Consumption in India, let us take a moment to reflect on the profound transformation the Indian poultry industry has undergone over the years. From traditional backyard farming to the advent of large-scale commercial enterprises, the poultry sector in India has witnessed remarkable growth and innovation. This evolution is not just a testament to the resilience and adaptability of our farmers and entrepreneurs, but also to the changing dietary preferences and increasing protein requirements of a burgeoning population. With its diverse culinary culture and regional variations, India presents a unique landscape for poultry consumption. Poultry is today a staple source of protein in the country, and this is driven by several factors, including rising incomes, urbanization, and increasing awareness of the nutritional benefits of poultry products. To delve into the evolving landscape of Indian poultry consumption, this conclave aims to broadly cover the historical context and trends, economic drivers, consumer preferences and behavior, food safety, and regulatory environment. I would like to extend a special welcome to our esteemed speakers, Mr. Tarun Sridhar, Mr. O.P. Singh, Professor P.K. Shukla, Dr. C.R. Bahl, Mr. Samarendra Mishra, Ms. Kinjal Shah, Mr. Deepak, and Dr. Jimli Sharma. A heartfelt welcome also to our chief guest, Mr. Amit Saraugi, and guests of honor, Mr. Samir Agarwal, Mr. Vikas Deo, and Dr. Dibyendu De. A special mention and gratitude goes out to my friend, Dr. Vijay Makhija, who has been a conclave cornerstone over the years. He is unable to be present here today due to a very personal reason. Before moving on, I would like to acknowledge our sponsors, Praniganga, Total, ABTL, Hoover Pharma, Bhandari Feeds, Trow Nutrition, JAPFA, Indian Trading Bureau, Sapien South Asia, Hitech, and Glamac. We could not have created this conclave without your support. I would now like to invite our dignitaries on stage to light the ceremonial lamp. Before that, I would request Mr. G.N. Ghosh to please come on stage and welcome our dignitaries. Mr. Amit Saraugi. Mr. Samir Agarwal. Mr. Sridhar. Professor Shukla. Dr. Jimli Sharma. Mr. Samrendra Mishra. Mr. O.P. Singh. Dr. C.R. Behel. Dr. Dibyendu De. Mr. Vikas Deo. Could I now request you please to light the ceremonial lamp?
I think both are the beach.
सेंटर में मान पूरा ढक जाएगा. Thank you. Please. Could I now request the dignitaries on stage, please, again? Could I now request the dignitaries to be back on stage, please? Excuse me. Back on stage to release the Indian Poultry Review Annual Issue 2024. Sorry I'm making you all work so hard.
सर हमारे पता
please release the issue.
Beautiful.
Power of poultry. Very apt. Thank you so much. Please. I would now request our Managing Editor, Mr. G.N. Ghosh, to address the gathering. Mr. Ghosh.
Namaskar, good morning, esteemed guests, industry leaders, and valued partners. It is with great pleasure that I welcome you all to the Indian Poultry Review Annual Conclave 2024. I am honored to stand before you at this pivotal gathering of minds where the brightest and most innovative leaders in our industry coverage. Today we come together not just as participants but as architects of the future of the Indian poultry sector. Our industry has seen remarkable growth driven by technological advancement, evolving consumers' preferences, and a relentless commitment to quality. This conclave serves as a platform to reflect on our journey, celebrates our successes, and strategies for the future. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our distinguished speakers and delegates for their unwavering dedication to this industry. Your insights and experiences are the bedrock upon which we will build the next chapter of our collective story. As we embark on this day, we acknowledge sharing and networking. I encourage each of you to engage openly, challenge conventional wisdom, and forge new participation. Thank you, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring conclave. Thank you again.
I would now request Mr. Tarun Sridhar, former Secretary, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of India, for his introductory address. Mr. Sridhar has over 35 years' experience in high levels of policymaking and implementation. As Additional Chief Secretary of Himachal Pradesh, he looked after the Power, Personnel, Revenue, and Forest departments. He conceived and launched the campaign for promotion of aquaculture. Under his guidance, a sound regulatory framework was developed to pave the way for sustainable development of fisheries and aquaculture in the country. He was also instrumental in ensuring remunerative returns to the fishers by organizing the market channel supported with adequate facilities. Mr. Sridhar has worked in the National Academy of Administration, training civil servants for holding senior positions. He has also wide and intense experience in infrastructure, industry, and social sectors in policy and implementation, such as in horticulture, tourism, petroleum, environment and forests, and urban development. Mr. Sridhar.
Good morning, friends. I didn't expect that Sanjoy would embarrass me before allowing me to speak by telling some lies about me. You see, I have had a very eventful journey in the livestock sector, which includes fisheries and poultry. And I have truly been enriched by my interaction with many of you. Very formal interactions, very informal interactions. I feel truly honored that even 5 years after my retirement, I still am the recipient of your kindness and recognition by inviting me to these conclaves. And whatever I have to say and speak by way of an introductory address is something which I have learned from all of you, because I am no specialist in poultry. The subject of today's conclave, Emerging Landscape of Poultry Consumption, is indeed a very interesting and a very challenging subject. Analyzing food habits and how consumption patterns will evolve is not an easy task, it's a very complicated task. And I actually look forward to listening to the doyens of the sector who are present here and who have hands-on experience to learn something more about it. By way of the introduction, not directly to the subject, but generally to the food outlook and scenario, I'll just draw certain general references of how the global scenario and the national scenario, according to my understanding, is emerging. The global population is projected to reach up to 10 billion by the middle of this century and 11 billion by the end of this century. Feeding such a large multitude is going to be indeed a challenge. And when I call it challenge, the challenge will not be food security. There is sufficient food for everybody in the planet. But the challenge would be nutritional security. How to ensure that this burgeoning population gets high quality, nutritious food. And it is equitably distributed all across. At the core is the question whether today's agriculture and food systems can rise up to the challenge to meet the requirements of this population. Can we achieve the production increases without compromising on the quality of production to meet this challenge? The general consensus globally amongst experts is yes, agriculture and food systems are capable of meeting these challenges. But the real issue would be whether this challenge would be met by way of inclusive and sustainable manner. The Food and Agriculture Organization and the OECD bring a biennial publication called Food Outlook. But while it's a comprehensive biennial publication, there is a biannual brief outlook which they bring, and the latest one is June 2024. What does the FAO and OECD Food Outlook of June 2024 says? Why I'm quoting from that is because this is the most respectable and most well-recognized food outlook globally. I'll confine only to meat. They don't deal with poultry separately. Poultry is part of the meat forecast. The assessment is that the global production of meat during the year 2023 was 370 million tons. And the projection for the year 2024 is 370.7 million tons, which is hardly an increase. So the total increase in 2024 over the year 2023 is assessed as only 0.2%. Now let us see, where does the poultry stand? The poultry production last year, that is year 2023, is stated to be 145.1 million metric tons. And in 2024, it is projected to grow to 146.2 million metric tons. That is a growth of 0.8%. So while we are trying to assess how the future would look in terms of food patterns, specifically the sector in which we are interested, these figures become important because they show that as far as the growth of meat sector, including poultry, is concerned, it is almost at a stagnant level. However, poultry is slightly better placed because even 0.2% growth in the meat sector would not have been possible without poultry. But the growth of poultry has been slightly skewed. While there is a expansion in the output in India, Brazil, and United States were some of the major countries, there is a significant drop in the production levels in China and European Union. So whatever increase which India, Brazil, United States are giving is getting counterbalanced by drop in production from Brazil, from China and European Union. However, the same FAO and OECD food outlook says that it is the poultry production which will guide the overall increase in the meat production, even if it is very marginal. Even it is marginal, that is less than 1%, and this case less than even 0.5%, even this will be driven by poultry. So there is a reason for optimism as far as the poultry sector is concerned. And the same report puts India in a very positive light. It says in terms of growth in the poultry sector, no country will match the growth which India will register as far as growth of poultry sector is concerned, which includes meat as well as eggs. Now let us see how this sector has developed over a period of time. The benchmark for economic development is the OECD group, Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development. Over the last 3 decades, the consumption of beef and pork has either remained almost the same or has registered a marginal increase. Whereas over this 3-decade period, consumption of poultry products in OECD countries has grown by 70%. Compare that to how it is in this region. The Studies of Food and Agriculture Organization, which is a published figures, they say that between 2000 and 2030, that is the first 3 decades of this century, the per capita demand of poultry in Asia, specifically South Asia, would increase by 271%. So Dr. Shukla, when we are talking in terms of the poultry consumption, how it will emerge, we also have to link it up with the poultry production. Only if there is a production, it will significantly impact the consumption patterns. And not merely production, the quality of production and the integrity of that production, because at the end of the day, it is food. And when we are making a choice of buying a commodity from the market, I think the greatest diligence we exercise is while buying food. Poultry, globally, it amounts to about 40%, slightly less than 40% of the total meat consumption. Where in India, it is about 52%. Am I right? I don't know. You are the person. I may be erring on figures. The figures where I can say with certainty is which published figures I have recorded. So we are slightly better off in terms of the percentage of the contribution of poultry to the total meat consumption. And not only in India, but all across the developing world, poultry has emerged as the fastest growing subsector of the larger agricultural sector. I repeat, all across the developing world, including India, the fastest growing subsector of the macro agriculture sector is the poultry sector. Against this background, it should not be too difficult to visualize as to how the future of poultry would look. Market value of poultry has been growing. In the year 2023, that is last year, the total market value of the poultry, global poultry, was 360.5 billion US dollars. And it is projected to grow at 384 point something billion US dollars in 2024. And by 2025, it says that it will hit 422.97, say 423 US billion dollars at a compound annual growth rate of 7%, which is very, very impressive. Now, I'll just pause here When it comes to absolute production, it is growing, it has grown last year at 0.8%. But in terms of value, it has grown at 7%. So, which means that poultry as a commodity compared to other agricultural commodities is not only increasing in terms of absolute production, it is also registering an impressive growth in terms of productivity. That means the quality of the product of poultry enjoys a greater degree of confidence and integrity amongst the consumers compared to other products. Within poultry, we have eggs, which is very, very important, especially in the Indian context. We were just now discussing in terms of the very strong religious sentiments, etc., attached to consumption of meat. Now, eggs is something which the poultry sector needs to promote, and when we talk of poultry consumption, eggs is an integral part of it. World Egg Day is celebrated on October 13. Now, the theme of the last World Egg Day, इस साल को Egg Day भी आना है, eggs for a healthy future. I think it's a very interesting tagline, eggs for a healthy future. It is not only for a healthy body or healthy mind, it is linking the consumption, production and consumption of egg to the entire future of the mankind, and that to a healthy future. And it says, this Egg Day is a toast to the nutritional power of the incredible egg. So we have a slogan called Incredible India. So we also have incredible egg. This is, I am not using these words, these are the words of International Egg Commission. A toast to the nutritional power of the incredible egg and its potential to combat common nutrient deficiencies across the world. Now, why I'm saying these things is these could be very good slogans and the points to take forward advocacy for consumption of egg in a country where sizable population is vegetarian. And in fact, we have contributed several lexicons and words and phrases to the English language. And one of our significant contributions to the English language is the word eggetarian. So eggetarian is a word which did not exist in Indian language. We have introduced that. There is a celebrated author called Michael Ruhlman who writes on food and other things besides lifestyle issues. It's a very interesting statement he has made about egg. The greatest of all are foods. The egg combines beauty, elegance, and simplicity. A miracle of natural design and as food bounty. The renowned American polymath Benjamin Franklin was a very good brand ambassador as far as eggs are concerned. And somehow if Benjamin Franklin says, I think even die-hard vegetarians would stand up and listen, or maybe sit up and listen. He said, an egg today is better than a hen tomorrow. So again, die-hard vegetarians could take solace that, well, you are not consuming hen, but you are consuming egg. And I think whenever I go and speak on poultry, I never fail to quote from Mahatma Gandhi, who wrote in his 1942 monograph, which was titled Key to Health. And I read this statement last year also in the Poultry Conclave. Many of you would have heard it, but I am fond of reading it time and again. And I would urge you to just pay attention for the next few seconds and listen to what the Mahatma Gandhi had said. Eggs are regarded by the layman as flesh food. This is Mahatma saying, not me. Eggs are regarded by the layman as a flesh food. In reality, they are not. A sterile egg never evolves into a chick. Therefore, he who can take milk should have no objection to take sterile eggs. So if you have not heard of Benjamin Franklin, there cannot be a single citizen in this country who would say that I have not heard of Mahatma Gandhi. So if you have such big brand ambassador for promotion of consumption of eggs, I think poultry industry needs to capitalize on it, because a significant population in this country is vegetarian, wherein consuming meat and even sometimes eggs is a taboo. So this vegetarian community, this vegetarian populace would surely compromise on eggs once egg is promoted as a vegetarian dish. I have very little time, so I'll Just quickly wind up. Dr. Pankaj Shukla has written the cover story for the latest edition, and I would urge all of you to go through that. He has very comprehensively analyzed the topic as to how poultry consumption patterns are going to emerge in future. And happily, he has posted a very optimistic figure, which should give and instill hope in all the people, all the stakeholders of the sector. Dr. Shukla has identified all the factors which would determine consumption patterns, and he has finally concluded that all these factors would positively impact poultry consumption in the country. The factors he has identified and very ably and very effectively articulated are economic growth and rising incomes, urbanization and changing lifestyles, health and nutrition awareness, cultural acceptance and dietary preferences, especially amongst the younger generation, the growth of the poultry industry as also tremendous improvement in the supply chain, expansion of the food service industry, and finally, what Dr. Shukla, who's one of the very significant voices of the poultry sector in this country, says government policies and support are a major factor in positively impacting poultry consumption in India. Here I would slightly add on to this. And as Dr. Shukla, and Mr. O.P. Singh, we were discussing just now, there is much hidden under the waters than what is visible. There is quite a bit hidden behind the screen, and you need to read between the lines. We have a body called Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, FSSAI. What is the mandate of FSSAI? I quote from FSSAI Act itself. Laying down science-based standards for articles of food. I emphasize science-based standards, not laying down standards, but science-based standards for articles of food and to regulate their manufacture, storage, distribution, sale and import to ensure availability of safe and wholesome food for human consumption and for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Now, my remit is not to make comments upon FSSAI or its performance. FSSAI is surely laying down standards. While laying down standards, it is involving the scientific community, experts from the field, representation from industries, various bodies, taking opinion and feedback from stakeholders, everything is fine. But when it comes to regulation, FSSAI probably is handicapped because it does not have the wherewithal or probably the necessary resources in terms of manpower and some other sundry resources. However, the FSSAI has now ventured into advising people what to eat and how to eat. Government of India has launched a massive program and a campaign called Eat Right India campaign. And Eat Right India campaign is spearheaded by FSSAI, and the focus now has been shared by Eat Right India campaign. Now, while the mandate is scientific standards and then regulating the food industry on the basis of those scientific standards, now some of the resources of FSSAI, or I would say significant resources and focus in terms of governmental priorities, is telling people to eat right. And their slogan is eat safe, eat healthy, eat sustainable. Now I'll show you the logo of this Eat Right campaign. Can you put that image? Now this is the logo. You can all go to you all have smartphones. You can type eatrightindia.gov.in. This is the logo. Now let us see what does this logo state. It says cereal and pulses, adequate quantity. Fruits and vegetables, liberally. These words, adequate, liberal, plenty, they mean the same, they're different adjectives. They are synonyms. Milk and milk products consume plenty. Okay, Dr. Shukla? Now, it says food and drink sparingly, meat, fish, poultry moderately. Now, if you see this pie chart or, well, say circle graph, This circle graph is actually equating, the graphic representation shows meat, fish, poultry are equivalent to food and drink high in fat and sugar. This is the quantum of your diet which should comprise of meat, fish and poultry. Bulk of your diet, 80% of your diet should be cereal and pulses, fruits and vegetables, milk and milk products. So, without commenting upon the rightness or otherwise of this graph, it starkly shows an inherent bias against meat, fish and poultry. Now, when we are talking in terms of how the consumption patterns are going to emerge, and when we are very optimistic and hopeful by relying on data, there are these very silent and hidden forces which are working, which are trying to change your eating habits towards a particular direction. You see, I have spent 35, 40 years in government, and obviously whenever there is a meeting, function, seminar, workshop, and so if it's a lunchtime, lunch is served. Now of late, many of you would be attending many of these government meetings, etc. By and large, with a stray exception here or there, the only livestock products which we will find on the menu would be curd, paneer, or khoya, etc. in the sweet dish which is served. It is quite unlikely that you would find poultry, meat, or egg on the menu. This is also slowly getting extended to international conferences. And again, I said, I do not know. FSSAI may be right in saying that eat right means cereals and pulses, milk and milk products, and fruits and vegetables. And they are not telling you don't eat poultry and meat, but they say eat it very moderately. Moderately, matlab kya hai? Don't eat it during Navratras. don't eat on Tuesday or certain specific days. So I hope the industry and sector is reading into these kind of messages also. So I'll just close here by simply mentioning that there are certain other things which are getting very obvious, but nobody is talking about it. Very strong vegan and vegetarian movement taking across, and this is again vegetarian movement, a part of that. Climate change activists, without sufficient data or information, or very filtered or biased information, the vagaries of climate change, especially the global house gas emissions, are being put on the livestock sector, merely because livestock sector somehow has not emerged as a very strong voice in governance or politics. Animal welfare activists and issues. I'll just give you an example. It was the year 2018 or so. Yeah, it was the year 2018 when we entered into an informal understanding with several of the Gulf countries that for their requirement of sacrifice of live goats and sheep, India would be a good country to source the live goats and sheep from. And one or two consignments did go to the Gulf countries also during the festive seasons of the Muslims. But suddenly there was a whole lot of hue and cry from animal welfare activists that our animals were being sent to those countries under conditions which were compromising animal welfare. So the whole thing stopped. It is not to say that we have to ignore the issue of or understate the issue of greenhouse gas emissions or climate change, or animal welfare is not an issue. But these issues again have to be addressed scientifically on the basis of credible data and information. There is also a growing concern for food safety and hygiene. And generally there is sometimes misbranding also by industry by calling their products organic, or these eggs are from the hens which have been fed tulsi and kind of things. So what I find is that industry as a whole or the sector as a whole does not really address these issues, because right now we are sitting in a situation wherein there has been a consistent growth. The future projections look very good and optimistic. While we hope that they remain good and optimistic, however, we also have to guard against complacency, against this background of these things which are happening. And this is something which we have to consciously address. So with these words, I am very thankful to all of you for your patience, for giving me this time, and for allowing me to be the first speaker by way of this introductory address. And I'm sure you're looking forward to listening to other speakers. At least I am listening to, because every time I participate in any of these conferences, these conclaves, etc., I find that I go back a better person and a wiser person. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Sridhar, thank you for that wonderful introductory address. Could I now request Mr. Amit Saraogi, our chief guest for today, for his address, please. Mr. Saraogi.
First of all, I would like to thank Mr. G.N. Ghosh and Mr. Sanjay Mukherjee, who organizes this conclave every year, and I think this is the 7th year, 8th year, and we as Norichar, we as Prani Ganga has been associated with this conclave since beginning. So I like to thank Dr. G.N. Ghosh and Sanjay Mukherjee. Friends, I'm deeply honored to be standing here at the 2024 IPR annual conclave. On behalf of the Norichar and Prani Ganga family, I extend a heartfelt welcome to all of you and express my genuine pleasure in addressing the esteemed gathering. Today, we all stand at the verge of a transformative era in India's poultry industry driven by innovation and technology. So, I'm honored to speak about a groundbreaking development that is reshaping the way we approach poultry consumption and which helps poultry and all the livestock farmers. The advent of online livestock input platform, Prani Ganga world's first online platform for livestock inputs, started from Calcutta, and we are building it as an Amazon for all animal agriculture inputs, like we have medicines, equipments, technical services. We are going to give insurance, credit. So we basically we want to become one-stop solution to the poultry farmer, to the dairy farmer, to the fish farmer, to the fig farmer, and the shrimp farmer. We are giving them seeds also, technical service also. So coming back to the poultry, as we are all aware, as of 2024, India is the third largest producer of poultry meat in the world, with production reaching immense. I have a figure of 4.5 million metric tons, but I'm not sure this is the right figure, so I'm not saying. What is the right figure, doctor? It is like that only. So, with a rapidly growing population and increasing appetite for high protein diets, the demand for poultry continues to upward trend. And one thing, what I am seeing, that these days, all the youngsters whose parents are vegetarian, they are consuming poultry products, poultry and egg, and they don't believe in any Savan, Navratri, or anything. So because we all face this problem of prices, mainly due to festive reasons. So maybe 10-20 years from now, will not face this problem because of festivals that consume. And as all poultry entrepreneurs, our main concern is when the poultry prices goes down, and we don't know when it will come up, and it happens mainly during the festive season. So the Indian animal husbandry market displayed a resilient growth path, reaching INR 1085 billion in 2022 and is projected to further ascend to INR 1683 billion by 2028. We are seeing growth of almost 60% in 7 years. As more consumers recognize the importance of animal protein sources like meat, eggs in their diets, the market will continue to expand, and major chunk of this will come to the poultry industry. The poultry industry in India is a significant sector of agriculture contributing to food security and economic growth. However, it faces several challenges and there are opportunities which I would, and there are various solutions that can be considered to improve its prospects. I will like to talk about certain challenges of poultry sector. Our biggest challenges of poultry sector is disease management. We have, we face often outbreaks of disease like so many viral diseases. I will not like to name all the names. We have some diseases which we don't recognize also. So because of that, we have seen in this last year in January, February, in certain areas of Bengal, mortality was up to 40-50% because of the viral disease. So industry and we all, with the government and with the academia, we need to improve our vaccination programs. We need to improve our genetic program where we can breed more disease resistant breeds. So this is the most important challenges of our poultry sector. Feed cost and availability, this is an ongoing topic. Some years we see corn growing up, some years we see soya going up. This year we are seeing corn is not available because most of the corn is being diverted to ethanol. And I saw yesterday's Government of India cabinet meeting notes I was reading. So they were saying that they have reached 16.5% of ethanol and they have earmarked another 2,000 crores to get it to 22% ethanol mixing. So this entire effect will come on poultry industry in terms of availability of corn for our industry. Rice is not available, so most of the corn is getting diverted to ethanol. This is going to be a major factor in the industry. So infrastructure of poultry farms, we all know that what kind of poultry farms we have. So we should invest more and more in environmentally controlled farms. We should encourage our farmers to upgrade into EC farms. And what we have seen these days that banks are coming forward to fund these farmers. If anyone wants to set up an EC farm who needs some help in terms of project management, getting loan from the bank, hand holding, they can always contact us. And I feel the future of poultry industry is we can control FCR and mortality only in EC farms. It cannot be controlled in 2,000, 3,500, 5,000 non-automatic farms. Price volatility we spoke about, so that is always going to be there, but I see from next 20 years from now, maybe we will not see this festival price fluctuations because our young generation doesn't believe in Navratri, Sawan and all these festivals. So I'll talk about the opportunities. I think biggest opportunity industry has that we have started farming of birds very small from last 6-7 months. So the major challenge for any company, big or small, is selling of the birds. So I feel that either company wise we should have retail shops because this wet is not going to go. We are only processing 5-6% of the entire industry. And I think out of that, only 2-3% is going to the actual consumer. Rest 3% is going to Horeca segment and big companies who are making momo, pizzas. They are buying those products. So we have a long rope and long way to go. So we should, as a company, as an industry, as West Bengal Poultry Federation, as separate state federations, we can think of opening retail shops, which is guided by the federation or the company. And what we are seeing right now in Sawan months, the bird prices, ex-farm bird prices are low. But when you go to the retail counter, prices are 150 rupees only. So the consumer is not getting benefit of the price fluctuation. We see that if consumer gets chicken at a lower price, I have seen that within a month the consumption goes up to 6-7%. If we are able to give 120 rupees chicken at the retail counter, I am sure consumption will go by 6 to 10% that month. So we need to work out a way where we can control retail price to the consumer, and that is a big opportunity for us. Advances in genetics, we have good genetic birds, but we still need improvement. We need to have more disease resistant birds. I'm not seeing mortality anywhere below 8-10%, and most of it is can be controlled through genetics. Feed technology, there is a scope, but what I am seeing that most of the feed which is being manufactured is of good quality, and they are able to maintain the quality of the feed while contributing significantly to the agricultural GDP, which is 26%, and the national GDP, poultry is contributing livestock sector is contributing 4.11%. We have untapped potential, and our government also, last ministry also Giriraj Singh, and before that, the government is also promoting that each crop farmer should rear some birds, should have some cows. So there is focus from the government also to increase livestock sector. They are promoting all crop farmers to keep some cows, keep some poultry. So there is a tremendous scope for this business to grow. We are the third largest egg producer in the world. I already spoke about Prani Ganga. I would like to say that in Prani Ganga, what we are saying in Hindi, आपका मन चाहा ब्रांड घर बैठे बाजार से सस्ते दाम पर पाइए. इफ अ फार्मर, कोई गांव में फार्मर बैठा है, उसको 5,000 रुपये की मेडिसिन खरीदनी है, वो मतलब एक तो उसको मन चाहा ब्रांड अवेलेबल नहीं है. He can't buy whichever brands, because out of in a cluster of 50 farms, you have 1 or 2, 50 villages, you have 1 or 2 retail shops. We deal in poultry medicines and poultry products. So all the products, reputed brands are not available. Most of the time you see local brands are available, which farmers don't want to buy. So this is what I have to say. And again, I extend my sincere gratitude to each one of our industry stakeholder who are here. Dr. Sridhar, Dr. Pankaj Shukla, we know each other from decades. Mr. Samir Agrawal, OP Singh, who is the most knowledgeable man in the industry, and overall, whoever is present in this conference hall, and I think people can watch us on YouTube live also. So people who are watching us on YouTube live and otherwise also it will be available on YouTube. They can watch it later.
I can say is like we were poultry feed. It was a feeds industry when I started at least, and now we can proudly claim that it is a foods industry. When we talk to people, we introduce ourselves as food providers to the nation, providers of nutritional security, and we feel that meat and chicken is right up there in the graph so far as nutrition, protein, and security is concerned. Indeed, the egg is incredible, the meat is incredible, and poultry as an industry is very exciting and very powerful, as the poultry review is mentioning the power of poultry. The industry is indeed getting very powerful. Another transformation that I have seen personally is that when I used to engage with people and entrepreneurs, they were very hesitant that the second generation, whether they would like to come into poultry or not. I'm talking about 15, 18, 20 years back, even 10, 14 years back. But as time has progressed, I feel that there is considerable interest in the next gen, which is evident in the groups that are present now in India. We see that the next gen is emerging as a very powerful force and a very interested force that want to drive poultry ahead. This really augurs very well for our industry. This also enhances the belief that poultry is in safe hands and it's going to grow even further with emerging new ideas coming in from the next gen population. If you look into poultry consumption, I think we are all aware of how the market is transforming gradually from being a wet poultry market into a processed poultry market. We set up our processing plant about 10 years back, and honestly, when I set it up, within a year of setting it up, I felt that I've made a wrong decision. I said कि कौन खाएगा इतना poultry process होगा कैसे? I mean, the demands were less, the requirements were very, very bleak, and the sort of pricing which used to exist at that time, they wanted chicken for free. Frankly, when we used to go to the restaurants and to the hotels, they wanted it practically for free, and we were compared to the local cutters. So it was, they were indifferent to the idea that we have invested so much in setup to process chicken. They used to compare us with the local butcher. So they just wanted chicken at a low price. From my experience, I can say that things have changed dramatically. Radical change has come in. I think this is one of the best spaces to get invested into poultry right now. Incredible number of opportunities. The same hotels and restaurants, I think now we are in a seller's market, not in a buyer's market anymore. And retailing, I think, is the next big thing in poultry. Setting up a brand. We have set up this brand Total, which we have been doing for the last 7 years. And I have personally seen how the graph has grown over this time. Definitely the burgeoning population, the aspirational needs of the new consumer, the value-added items, they are getting into sausages, salamis, nuggets. They want more and more variety because nowadays people are traveling more and more outside India. They see the options that are available in the supermarkets there. And obviously they want to come back and, enjoy the same taste and same variety of food which they are seeing is present in the international markets. So that is really helping us to evolve continuously and come up with new and more exciting products. And this is going to go a long way in increasing the poultry consumption and the requirements. Definitely it is a nutritional security. I can talk about my community. I'm myself a vegetarian, honestly, but I see my children, they can't stay without chicken. They want chicken every day. Of course, there is no taboo so far as they are concerned, whether it is a Shravan or whether it is a Navratri. They look at chicken as the superfood, as the food which will give them protein. And I think this shift is there across all communities, across all households, and this is very, very encouraging for our industry. So I really wish our industry the best. I really look forward to the speakers who are coming in next. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. Could I request Mr. Vikas Deo to please come on stage and address the gathering? Guest of honor.
Good morning, everyone. From where should I begin? What I feel is thanks to Poultry Review team to bring us or give us this stage where we can share our thoughts also, being part of this beautiful and very growing, fast growing industry. So apart from that, I'm really awestruck by the people who have expressed their views prior to me, just because I had a few things written here which is similar to what they said, but I'll still go through this just because I have nothing else to say. But most of the points speakers before me have already expressed and brought and given us light to. So, first of all, talking about my company, we started our company way back in 2002, Pandari Group of Companies, where we started with a small hatching unit, and from there we started our first feed unit in 2009, and from there we started our journey learning new things. I joined my family business in 2013, which I recall it, either it was 2012 or 2013, I don't remember anymore, but in 2013 14 I was being told that there will be a scenario where the entire industry will be taken care of or will be taken over by integration, and that we as a company won't exist if we don't move to integration. My managing director, who to express yourself in this industry, and that exactly what happened. We started from 2009, where we had a production of say 1500 metric ton a month, to currently production of 12,000 metric ton a month, where we are satisfied by providing the quality, the kind of quality we are providing to the market. We are happy with what we are doing as of now. Apart from the poultry industry, our company has also moved on to different services, and we are touching human lives in many other places as well, sectors as well, such as education, real estate, hospitality, cosmetics, pharmaceuticals, and warehousing. We have diversified our company into other sectors as well, so that in all these sectors we can do something different. We are not into any kind of rat race where we want to achieve a number of say millions of tons or something like that. Nothing. We just want to be happy and content with what we are doing, as far as so long as we are providing quality in the product and services that we are doing. Ethics, quality, process, and our employees are the pillars, or we can say the driving force of our company. We keep stress on all these four factors because these are the ones which has brought us into the picture or the stage where we are currently in. Last year was an eventful year for our company, as we started one of our units in Muzaffarpur, and we also launched a hotel in Hazaribagh, Jharkhand, where we actually belong. So it was an eventful year for us. Now, talking about events, we cannot exclude the flip side of it, where we had a lot of challenges, and most of these challenges came from the poultry sector. One of the challenges were the weather. The weather, over the years, I was going through some articles when I was trying to prepare this documentation for myself, while I will be addressing this whole bunch. I came across one such thing which said that there has been a significant change in weather, up to 4 degrees Celsius in the weather change when we talk about certain areas, say West Bengal. And these numbers are not from internet. These numbers were quoted from Indian Express, 14th May 2024 edition. Right, so 4 degrees temperature, change in temperature is very significant when we talk about the change in the current environment. Secondly, we also witnessed shortage of cyclone circulation, resulting into low pre-monsoon rain. All of these factors impact poultry significantly, because of which we have seen that the kind of medicines that we use, the kind of nutrition we place in to the birds, they sometimes do fail. It is possible, just because we are using so much of ingredients, there is a possibility that they don't support certain kind of weather sometimes. The viral disease which Amit sir earlier addressed, the point was that we face a lot of viral issues. Yes, they are there. It is there, evident. And we need to do something about it. As he mentioned, I have what to say, I will be repeating his quotes again, that we have to come up with something genetically. A bird has to be designed in such a manner that they can take up such viral problems without causing further problems to human body as a consumer. When we are consuming it, just like salmonella, it is transferable from the chicken to a human body. So we should come up with something, some genetic. I am very small to define what can be done, but there has to be something that is supposed to be done in order to enrich those chickens so that they don't cause problem, or it is safe for human consumption. The raw material quality, this has dropped significantly. When I say we as a poultry industry, we are ready to pay any prices to get raw material of good quality, but currently we are not. We have set up our labs, we are up on our toes, we are doing everything that we can, but even after paying so much money, I personally feel as a company that somewhere or the other we are not getting the kind of quality which we used to get earlier now. There was a movie called Three Idiots where the mother of one of the actors said, there will be a time when paneer will be sold in jeweler shop. I think अभी वो टाइम आ गया है जब मकई भी मिलेगा ज्वेलर शॉप पे और हम लोग वहाँ खरीदने जाएंगे. ऐसा ही लग रहा है, जैसा अमित सर ने और बताया था इस बारे में कि there is a shortage, and there is a shortage. We also keep जहाँ पे हम लोग बहुत स्टॉक करते हैं, लेकिन and even after paying such a high price, this year I was not able to store a lot of maize for my consumption. So I have to rely on the market, and God knows what will happen. Management at the farm level, as Amit sir and my seniors said, that food consumption, quality of the chicken that is going to be available, that can only be available a proper quality if the management at the farm level is as per international standards. We are far away from international standards, far, far away. Whenever I used to go, I've been visiting the market. My uncle, who again I like to quote his words, he says, जब तक ग्रास लेवल पे काम नहीं करोगे ना, कोई तुमको पहचानेगा नहीं. तुमको अपना ग्रास लेवल पे तुम्हारा इमेज बनाना होगा. So when I started visiting the market at the farm level, people, first few years, they were not even interested to listen to me what I was saying, just because they used to feel ये बच्चा क्या सिखाएगा. That age I was a bacha 10 years back, but right now not anymore. So वो क्या था कि बार बार जाने के बाद एक वैल्यू ऐड हुआ. वहाँ पे कोई सुनने के लिए तैयार ही नहीं होता था. दे यूज टू से आपका जितना उम्र है उतना तो हम उतने समय से फार्मिंग कर रहे हैं. True, but the things change, things evolve, and use of technology is still not there. So Amit sir was talking about EC farms. If you talk about EC farms, you won't find many EC farms unless and until we talk about big integrators who have their own EC farms. People who are farming for 500 chickens, 600 chickens, or even 1,000, they won't be able to afford that. So we found a very able partner, came in India, who joined hands with us, our company, and Gautam ji, who's also standing there at the back of this room, has helped me a lot. We have, last year we provided at least 3 trainings a month to farmers, जहाँ हम लोग we used to go to the grassroots level and train them how can we are providing best quality of feed, best quality of services, but still we are not getting results because of multiple factors. We tried our level best. Arupda, who is also sitting here, will agree to that, just because he was the pioneer to this training, which was imparted to lot many farmers. We are trying our bit. It's not that we are not trying, but the try, I think we need to double, triple the effort that we are putting in. As we shouldn't go into any rat race. This is what I feel. The current industry is going through a rat race that where we need to achieve a lot of numbers. I personally I don't motivate rat races. My brother is here, who is also listening to what I'm saying. I mostly tell him, don't go to rat race. We don't want to be number one company of India. We just want to be the company who is loved by all. We will be providing the quality. Don't go into rat races. Again, as Amit sir said, we are very scared of rates going down. That is one of the backbone of this industry. If the industry doesn't get a proper rate, we will not be able to sustain. The farmer won't be able to sustain. The farmer will die today and I will die tomorrow. So we have to, in one way or the other, come up with such plan where the farmer is alive, where the farmer is earning, where the farmer is able to grow. Then we can grow as a company, as a community. Talking about all these things, these are the challenges. To tackle these challenges, there is a very good proverb which says, when the tough going gets tough, the tough gets going. So I believe in that such term, where I have to be tough, go into the market every day with a new zeal to improve whatever I can do, my bit. I'll try that. As a company, we will try that. We'll provide the quality, do whatever we can. Apart from that, there is a request to Poultry Review team. There is a newspaper that they circulate. As Amit sir said, that there are many such programs run by the banks and the government, which as a layman, the farmer doesn't know of. So if there is a possibility where they can include that, inculcate that, that would be great. If that can be included in the newspaper, which a lot of farmers read, then they will be able to understand what the government is doing. But most of the time when I go into the market, the farmers say, yeah, Modi ji aaye, chahe Rahul ji aaye, koi kuch nahi karta. But I know that the government is doing a lot. So by the medium of such electronic media and the newspaper media, we can go and reach to the customers and tell them what they can be done. The Poultry Federation, West Bengal Poultry Federation is coming up with Poultry Mela shortly in 2025. February, I suppose. So I think they should set up a stall, encourage government officials to come, sit there and talk to the farmers, where they can express and let the farmer know what their views are, what policies are there for the farmers, so that they can grow. Thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dev. I now request Dr. Dibyendu De to say a few words, and then we.
Good morning, delegates. Good morning, IPR. Thank you, the IPR team, for inviting me here to say a few words. Yeah. কি করে এটা? Okay, first হবে, ঠিক আছে. Now, my association with IPR group, you can call it with a common Bengali proverb called hate khodi. In Bengali, when you start reading and writing, that is a ritual we perform during Saraswati Puja. And my poultry industry, hate khodi, was with Gonuda when in 1985 when I started poultry industry as an animal health profession. Now today, people are talking on many aspects, many issues. I'm going to speak about something where my honestly domain knowledge is very, very limited. I'm going to speak about, but the topic is very relevant. It's a burning issue from Amitji to all subsequent speakers so far, and maybe I'm quite sure next 2-3 years we'll continue to speak about it. That is maize. Okay. So my suggestion will be that I like to talk about GMO maize, and on the left side you can see these are 3 varieties of maize, GMO maize, and globally there is one recognized supplier, that is Monsanto. And in Asia, as per my information, countries like Philippines, Vietnam and Pakistan are the user. And if you look at what are the benefits, and here I would like to start with the last point, the point number 5, that the increase in yield is from 10 to 45% when you use GMO maize. And of course, there is a reduced production loss due to pest, and obviously that would reflect as the lesser herbicide application. Certainly increase in quality and safe food for human and animal consumption. These are well documented scientifically across the globe. Now you may be wondering what is the relevance to these topics. I would like to say we are representing here, this is a poultry industry forum. Do we produce maize? No. We are a consumer. But then when countrywide I have seen every association speaks about GMO maize, GMO maize. Let us say Tarun sir is here, policymakers are there, and such a sensitive issue has to be dealt in India in Union Cabinet Ministry level. Then of course, since GMO, the matter might go to Minister of Environment and Forest, who deals with the GMO, and obviously it might go to PMO's office. But for any policymaker, they'll say, you are representing poultry industry. What way does it matter? I mean, anyway, you are getting corn, no? Do you say, no, sir, there's a demand-supply gap because of ethanol, prices are very high. Government say, we are very happy. We don't come on your way when there's a higher egg price or higher chicken price. Okay, today, if the corn producers are making better profit, what is your problem? You find it, and then, where are the maize producers? Poultry industry is talking about GMO, but are we producing maize? No. So my suggestion here will be, can there be united maize action forum or maize action group for GMO maize, where premium institution or organizations like NECC, CLAPMA, PFI, All India Broiler Breeder Association, all state poultry federation, we collaborate with the maize producers. If we are able to convince them, probably, and then we have a basis that how the maize producers stand to benefit. Today, yes, if I'm a maize producer, maybe a small one, I'm able to sell anything at a good price, but I don't have any control on the pest infection. If there's a, God forbid, my crop is about to be harvested, there's an infection, I stand to lose everything. And today, due to the climatic changes, there's a less land availability. There's always problem. Whereas such initiative evolves, improves the crop diversity and improves income. And end of the day, we'll be able to make more supply of maize, and maize producers are not at risk of having oversupply and less demand. So, my suggestion is a food for thought that can there be a more collaboration with the maize producers across the country, and let it be joint demand. And then engage maize producers countrywide, suggest a distribution of GMO seeds through the government channel. Policymakers will have their own concerns of biodiversity, crop diversity, food security. We can ensure that such seeds can be distributed to government channels and highlight GMO maize advantages. This is an alternative thought. I thought I leave it to all of your judgment. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you, Dr. Day. We'll now move into our keynote address for today by Mr. O.P. Singh. But before we do that, I'd like to show a small video from ABTL and Mr. Singh talking about food safety issues.
You all must have realized in the current times that the food safety, biosecurity, nutrient quality, production attributes are going to be the future demands of every consumer. So we need to moderate our deliverables to ensure that every customer is happy with our products. Ensure that your cost of input is under control. My suggestion, be designer in cost of inputs and ensure healthiest, safest product be brought into the feed production system, which will in turn suffice the requirement of every consumer, which is more alert, informated and calibrated in their demands. With the changing profile of modern retailing, we must also address that the profile of our production system has to calibrate to ensure that every retail system should address our products and make the product available to the general in the nation. Product availability and the cost effectiveness will ensure our acceptance in this industry.
A small introduction to Mr. Singh, although he doesn't need one, I'm sure. But Mr. O.P. Singh is a veteran of the animal health industry and nutrition industry. In his career spanning over 4 decades, he has launched and built businesses, introduced path-breaking products, brought state-of-the-art technology in science and manufacturing to India that has transformed the landscape of the industry. His businesses brought biotechnology to mainstream veterinary application, which raised the bar in veterinary solutions. He stands in support of innovative research in animal health, which has seen him collaborate with leading research institutes of the country to establish joint laboratories where they push the boundaries of known science in preparation of the future. He also serves on the advisory board of leading educational and research institutes. Mr. Singh.
Thank you, Sanjay. Ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Mr. Ghosh, for getting me here. I am really, after listening, Honorable Sridhar sir, it's difficult to speak. He has put the perspective to such a high benchmark, but very encouraging for me. Back, the industry is in the right direction, and India per se is in the right direction in terms of poultry sector. But I have been a self-critic myself since I was in the poultry industry myself. It is my mistake that I did not do my correct job. If I would have thought a little better and I would have got a leadership shake hand at that time, correctly, probably industry shape would have been a little more formidable to play the international role. Anyway, you are nowhere less. You all are doing very well. So clap for yourself and the Eastern Zone. Clap. I'm very impressed with both the industrialists of Eastern sector who spoke before me. One, with Prani Ganga, wonderful effort. Congratulations, Amit. It's a wonderful job. And big clap and hearty congratulations from my side. And I have seen Samir as a kid in the office, humble child serving me a cup of tea in presence of his grandfather and father. Congratulations for your thought and your progress and your acumen which you have acquired with your own expertise. And very glad to hear a note from you, first time for a farming community, that you are food provider of India. Congratulations to you, Samir. Actually, he stole the whole show from me. The moment he said, I wanted to request all of you today, can you turn from being a farmer to a food provider? The day you think this in the morning, that I'm no more a farmer, I'm a food producer, your perspective of thinking and activity chart changes. So that is what was my request from all of you. If you remain a farmer, you continue to strive. If you become a food producer, you continue to thrive, because India has 1.5 billion people to be fed. We must know, we must protect our expertise and excellence to feed them. If we do not acquire this knowledge, we do not acquire this expertise, we have no right to be in this business. Since 2019 till now, I am trying to make you to realize the change which occurred in our society, a social fabric post-COVID. Even if you realize that as a disaster, and the change in the food habits which you have noticed is immense. If Honorable Sridhar sir said incredible egg, I gave the name to this protein was ultimate protein, which was never popularized, and this was promoted in 2004. India produces ultimate protein amongst all protein baskets. We also as industry or the farming community never realized to learn the success story of the milk industry. Today you are the largest producers of the milk. Every doorstep in the morning at 4 o'clock gets knocked and the packet of milk is delivered to their convenience. Did you realize that? Even in your house it comes. We at food producer never realized that it is my duty to build up a value chain to deliver a product at their convenience. We kept ourselves busy, hypnotized with our process of progress, always claiming nationally, internationally, and administratively, we are third largest producers, fifth largest producers, fourth largest producers. What was your per capita consumption? Did you look at that? If this issue should have been addressed 10 years ago, or in 2002 or 2003 or 2004 or 2005 when I was working in the same industry, probably today the fruits would have been better. Maybe some intentional paradigm of not getting this industry organized broke the backbone of the industry and kept us behind in terms of reaching to our household. So please wake up. I'm mixed with two thoughts. One, you must have heard the news, a Japanese company making investment in India with greater investments to be part of the food industry, which is focused to be the largest food consumption basket of the globe. You must have heard about this news. So here is attraction. Another bad news you must have heard, the largest chicken processing company of the world withdraws from India and goes back to US again. Correct? What is this? Think about it. There is an opportunity which Honorable Sridhar has told that look, you have to get organized. My organizability is missing. My structure is missing. I'm not able to understand the food fabric of country. I'm not able to cater the requirement of the consumer interface which is emerging. Now, no industry matures in any nation unless my interface as a producer grows with the consumers directly. You are not a matured industry till then. Tell me how many of you have a direct access with the consumers? Very few. Very, very few. Minuscule. Few. 2, 3, 4, 5 people. The valuation of a company became so high for a Japanese company because so many retail counters in one city. You got so much good value and you were able to cater 3 lakh consumers per day. If that is the future of the food, then probably we haven't addressed the biggest part of business is value chain creation. And that is what the milk industry has already attained. Private processors are able to reach to the consumer point. Cooperative processors, the farmers are stakeholders to the profit. They make the part of the profit through the processing system. Whereas in our case, my farmer doesn't make profit. He lives on his own turmoil because the profits are made by the middlemen. So did we do any homework in this direction for the last 10 years or 15 years? I don't think any serious interaction is going on in the industry. to cater this need of building a credible value chain, which is need of tomorrow for all of us. Otherwise, trust me, whatever interaction in last few months internationally, I've been able to meet, whether it's Europe, whether it's US, whether it's Latin America, for everyone, India is the hub for food consumption and production as well. But who will get the biggest pie of the business? We don't know about it. So our organizability would be the key. So I would request, deliberate on this whenever you get the first priority. What should be our conduct of business? How we should conduct our business? How should we improve our interface with the consumers as much as possible in a small way, maybe in the eastern sector, western sector, northern sector, central sector, western sector, anywhere, southern sector. That interface will make us more judicious food producer. That is what is my. The other thing which comes missing in my mind since last 30 years, tell me honestly, what is your percentage of expenditure against your total revenue towards R&D? I have no answer. You have an answer? Anyone has answer, please raise your hand. How much percentage of your revenue has been spent on R&D sector in your company? If you have very credible structure, please feel proud about it because it would be needed for tomorrow. For two reasons. One, as the caption says, the food landscape is changing. Value system of the food preferences are changing. Nutritional requirement of food preference is changing. If all those changes are not addressed cohesively, backward and forward both, your product is out of context for a consumer. Selection of a product depends on my choices, preferences, and the value system. Then only you can get out of the price bracket. You continue to remain a commodity till you do not fit into my choices, preferences, and likings and nutritional requirements. So we have to categorically build up a merit of my product, which has to be communicated to a consumer. If my merit of the product is not known to the consumer, scientifically or perceptionally, you cannot demand a price. And this is what the biggest mistake I have made myself. If I would have started communicating the merit of the chicken, or merit of egg, scientific value and the nutrition, goodwill it carries to a consumer, and every consumer should be knowing about it, probably I would have fetched a better price and better reception at their doorstep. That was my mistake. So I acknowledge in front of the whole crowd, I made this mistake. I kept conveying the message, Sunday ho ya Monday khao roj ande or whatever it is. It wasn't a good idea. It could have been calibrated better a few years later. More communicative information should have gone. So if this industry has to really grow and respond to the emerging demand of the food preferences, you have to spend some time and money on building a product for tomorrow, because world is changing. Consumers are more scientific, more aware, and more calibrated in their spendings. As Mr. Sridhar has said, that the 51% of the meat landscape in India is chicken. To my forecast, by 2027 itself, you will reach to 60% meat landscape for India through chicken. In 27 by itself, because you are the most affordable source of meat. Your deliverables will improve for sure, because a lot of money is being built into the capex and the infrastructure of processing. I hear from my resources that around 38 processing plants will emerge by 2026 itself in India. So it means they will go and enforce the market. Now, having built 36 or 38 more processing plants, have we designed a performance and product and scale of production to address international market at all? Now, that is where I call upon and request every association and every press and media personality to build a cohesive approach, become united as an industry, and build up administrative support for yourself. If the millets can become a promotional item for government, why not the chicken and egg? If SAFTA or any contract is getting signed for the milk with the UK under negotiation, why not the egg and the chicken? So we are failing in our communication system with the administrators. Please take my commodity into your negotiation as well, because we are nowhere lesser in the world in terms of our qualitative and the cost of production, except subsidized countries. So that is where your unity is important to deal with the administrative setup. Somehow you have to find a way of talking to each other. Please let's go and convince the governments, whenever you are negotiating any contract or you are taking up any international forum discussion, put our commodities and the products also into negotiation. Unfortunately, despite being third largest producer or fourth largest producer of both the commodities, we have very insignificant presence in the international trade as yet. And whenever I get chance to interact with the neighborhood, that's the Middle Eastern countries, I find there are chances that we should get, if not the whole chicken, at least the value-added product have a good opportunities to move, because expat Indian population in those countries around 23-24%. So all these low-hanging opportunities, if they are explored properly with the united hand, probably we'll see better results. We cannot let others to grow and knock our door because we are the consumption centers. The success comes from the offensive approach as well. Not being defensive all the time, that we have to feed our own nation continuously for the next 30-40 years. So these are few thoughts. I thought value chain development, logistic is missing. No major company has made any investment in logistics of perishable goods movement as yet. If the trading community doesn't pick up our chicken from our farm, probably it gets postponed for another 3 days to be moved out of the farm, even my chicken flock is ready. So if that is the handicap we are playing with, how you are going to plan inclusive growth, which Sridhar sir has recommended that we have to plan for an inclusive growth. And only inclusive growth will spurt your consumption. That's the only solution, to my knowledge, which comes. There were some voices raised by Amit about the diseases, which I have a serious objection with the government, personally, because they give us the answer after very much disaster has already passed by. I mean, as surprising as that Dr. Shukla will not like my statement again. A disease which emerged in 2002 was acknowledged in 2022. So it took 20 years for the government of India to acknowledge one disease. By that time, the industry has lost close to $2.8 billion equivalents of money from the industry, out of 26% in average depletion in the broiler industry. If that is the reaction of a supporting institution of the governments, whether it is ICAR or IBRI. I don't know who the responsible institutions are. Probably we don't get attention. We only get known when somewhere in OIE or somewhere in international forum, we are third largest producer of the eggs in the world. That's the only statement gets highlighted everywhere by the government and the industry both. But if they are accountable agencies, our interface with them has to improve somehow. Either we volunteer to go and shake hands with them every year basis, please listen our story, give us a solution, or be more faster, reactive, then only this can happen. I mean, I was listening a story from Brazilians. They have industry meeting. They have something called ABS, I think Brazilian Broiler Associations, which is headed by a retired politician who was a minister. He has interface with all the government institutions month-to-month basis. So there's no harm holding hand of Mr. Sridhar again. You can have an organized forum to give us interface with the government institutions and give us hearing. These are the problems, we need the solution from you. Or these are the directions we need to work together. These kind of hand holdings can go very long, helping the industry very well, because this is the need of the hour. In addition to this, if I'm taking too much time, Sanjay, we can stop it here. You all must be knowing the multinationals, the Western world companies will continue to raise voices against us or put us down. So that intent is that you don't play the international game. You remain contented with your own consumption and market. But that's not the game to be played in the long run. If somebody takes up an issue like AMR in India, it might be good scientific subject to do research for today. But don't condemn my industry. Please oppose it vehemently for various reasons. One, those countries who are raising these issues, Europeans, despite I have very good relationship with Europeans, they are today the largest consumers of antibiotics through the therapeutic route. And the annual average growth rate of antibiotic consumption in Europe has gone up 9.5% year-on-year basis. So they have no right to advise us what AMR is. But those companies who have vested interest in promoting their products or services, which condemns antibiotics or any segment of therapy or support to the industry, must be viewed with complete analysis and with scientific support system, what is good for the industry, what is not good for the industry. They themselves are suffering badly. Their cost of production has gone up 27% more. Their average consumption of antibiotic has gone up 9.5% year-on-year basis therapeutically. So I don't think they're sitting in the right position to guide us. The largest producer of chicken and exporter of chicken in the world trade is Brazil and US. They have no such issues as yet daunting on their head. But we are being imposed through such agencies who are going to talk about AMR. Now I wanted to ask them this question directly. If 47% of Indian population gets antibiotic without prescription from the medical stores, how will you prevent the AMR by condemning only the poultry industry? Free available of antibiotic from medical stores without prescription. All bottled water, what you drink, is loaded with the pesticides and treatment. No control on this. Crop pesticide load, you are aware, well read about it. We consume every day and night. You have no control about it. There is no national biosecurity plan, whether for the hospital, whether for the human being, whether for farming conditions. If these issues are not resolved in the nation as yet, how can you blame one chicken industry to be considered as an AMR issue. Our consumption of egg per capita is 80 eggs divided by 365 days. Will it challenge to any residue level? My chicken consumption is 5.7 kg per capita per annum, divided by 365 days, not even 10 grams per day, and I still am considered for antimicrobial resistance because my chicken has been fed some product or something. So I think you have to rationalize your existence and counter it to the people who are needlessly raising this issue and bringing unnecessary perception and sentiments in the minds of the consumer that only poultry industry is being fed the antibiotics. It's incorrect information. No. Human population in India is getting free sale of antibiotics without prescription, 47% of total antibiotic produced in the nation itself. Protect that first. So there are such issues which needed to be cohesively countered, and that is why I suggest unity is the key to counter. One, improve your interface with the research institutions who are guiding source for us for the future research and disease management. Two, control input cost as much as possible. Some of the ideas would be thrown between now and till evening. Improve consumer interface. More you know your consumer, more you fill up the gap between your product and the perception and requirement of a consumer, and your product is designed to fit into his requirement, more acceptable industry and the product you have. Optimize your investment correctly. Look at the value chain more cohesively and closely so that you are able to make more money. When I was a student, I was told if one product as a raw material does not make you 5 to 6 products out of that raw material, till then you do not make money. So the message remains very clear that we must have more optimized utilization of the raw material, that is chicken, means more value-added options to the consumers. If we give more value-added options to the consumers in different forms and facts and quality, packaging and the recipes, probably we'll be able to make greater margins than what we are making today by selling the whole chicken to the trader, and trader is selling to the butcher, and butcher is giving to the consumer. With all these mixed thoughts and with the restriction of time, I let you to have the next deliberations as good as you can. I'm always available at your service. Thank you so much for giving me time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Before we move into our presentations, we have a small message for our sponsors, and then we move into the presentations.
In his life, it has become very difficult to find the products for livestock farming. The entire farmer's day is being spent on farms or in market. The price of these products in market are very expensive. Praniganga.com has been launched to solve this problem. This is a one-stop shop for farmers. On this online platform, various categories are available like poultry feed, aqua feed, cattle feed, shrimp feed, livestock medicines, and farming equipments, which are available at very affordable prices. Here, farmer can get products of more 70+ top brands. Any farmer can order livestock products online. Nearly 10 lakh farmers are being benefited from this online platform so far. Farmers will get genuine quality and top brands, KE feeds, medicines, and equipments. So let's come to the online world of farmer, whose name is praniganga.com.
এবার চিকেন কিনতে আর বাজারে যাওয়ার দরকারই নেই। বেশ ভালো প্যাকিং। আর একলা চিকেন এতগুলো রোলে, দেখেছেন আগে? চিকেন খুব টেন্ডার, অনেকটা আমারই মতো, সঙ্গে এত ক্লিন যে টাচ আপ করার দরকারই পড়ে না। আর মুহূর্তেই রেডি কষা চিকেন ফ্রম মাই কিচেন। টোটালি ইচ্ছে মতো আনিয়ে দেখো, টোটালি ফ্রেশ আর জুসি চিকেন। অনলাইন অর্ডার দিয়ে ঘরে আনো, চিকেন লাভার্স, খেয়ে বলো।
At Jaffa, we believe that good nutritious food ensures a good life. And it's this belief that has fueled our journey in every country that we operate in. Jaffa, a global leader in producing animal protein products ranging from dairy to meat, offers a comprehensive approach and applies global knowledge to India's feed, farm, and food segments. We provide access to the finest techniques and knowledge of the world. We make more, we make good, always. It all begins with implementing the highest levels of quality control for our raw material. Our three-step QC process makes sure that we select only the best ingredients so that our birds get the best feed always. We recognize that different breeds have different needs. Our deep domain knowledge, coupled with state-of-the-art feed mill and advanced feed formulation, helps in delivering precise nutrition for every bird, every breed, always. Our state-of-the-art assets like breeder farms and hatcheries adopt the most stringent biosecurity measures to make sure that our every asset matches the highest global standards of health and hygiene. Happy birds deliver the best performance. We keep our birds cage-free and follow natural mating process. Hereon, the eggs undergo grading, and only the best quality eggs are further sent to our hatcheries, always. Our sophisticated hatcheries deploy the most advanced machinery. We follow an excellent vaccination program with the best quality vaccine from renowned global suppliers. Post-grading, we send only the best quality day-old chicks to our broiler farms always. develop an inclusive relationship with our farmer partners, whom we provide all our technical support and advisory regarding feed, chick and medicine to ensure that we have the most nutritious and healthy chicken products always. In an endeavor to exercise our duty and responsibility towards society, we have our flagship CSR project, JAPFA for Kids. At JAPFA, our goal is always to produce a superior, healthy and wholesome meal for our consumers by setting high standards of quality and hygiene in all our facilities, processes and products across the value chain, always. As a leading global organization in the animal protein food segment, JAPFA realizes that when we live up to our duty and responsibility of feeding good, nutritious, healthy food, it translates into meals that make smiles, make healthy citizens, and make good memories. JAPFA, make good ways! All because at JAPFA, we make good, always.
As population and income levels increase, so is the demand for quality protein. Providing everyone access to safe, affordable, and quality food while protecting the health of the environment and humans is the challenge facing us all. Rooted in our deep belief that healthy animals are the cornerstone of a healthy society, Sapiens is at the forefront of providing natural and sustainable solutions that redefine protein production. Our efforts to build a safer and healthier future focus on the three pillars of food security, food safety, and food quality. By deploying proven innovations and technologies, Sapiens is helping rapidly increase protein production whilst using fewer resources. To tackle the looming threat of antimicrobial resistance and restrictions on antibiotic growth promoters, Sapiens has successfully pioneered the use of antibiotic-free performance enhancers, or AFPE, protecting the health of both livestock and humans. Recognizing the interdependence of human, animal, and environmental health, Sapiens has adopted a holistic approach to improving food quality sustainably. Sapiens has created an ecosystem where the best research and innovation are supported by world-class manufacturing to achieve the common goal of a better and healthier world. By enabling our partners to access reliable products, services, and technology on a single platform today, Sapiens is helping transition into a world where high-quality, sustainably produced protein is available and affordable to everyone. Sapiens. Healthier animals, healthier living.
अरे नहीं, इन्फेक्शन, आंतों की समस्या बढ़ रही है और उत्पादन घट रहा है। इसका क्या कारण हो सकता है? ये काम क्यों नहीं कर रहा है? मेरे पैसे और मेहनत दोनों बर्बाद हो रहे हैं। डॉक्टर, मेरे पंछियों की इन्फेक्शन और दस्त की समस्या सुधर नहीं रही है और एजीपी हॉल्किनोल से भी कुछ नहीं हो रहा है। आपकी सहायता चाहिए।
राज भाई, समस्या ये है कि आपके पंछी इकोलाई और साल्मोनेला संक्रमण के कारण होने वाले दस्त से पीड़ित हैं। साथ में इनके आंतों का स्वास्थ्य भी अच्छा नहीं है। बैक्टीरिया आपके द्वारा उपयोग किए जा रहे प्रोडक्ट्स के प्रति प्रतिरोधी बन गए हैं।
मैं क्या कर सकता हूं डॉक्टर?
राज भाई, मैं सिंका HBR का उपयोग करने की सलाह देता हूं। ये प्रभावी है, एंटीबायोटिक मुक्त है, दस्त की समस्या को दूर करता है और लगातार उपयोग करने पर भी प्रतिरोध की संभावना भी नहीं है। ये आंतों को स्वस्थ करके उनकी रक्षा करता है।
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर साहब। सिंका HBR ने अद्भुत काम किया। अब मेरे पंछी स्वस्थ हुए हैं।
मुझे यह सुनकर खुशी हुई राज भाई। भविष्य के लिए भी लगातार सिंका HBR को आजमाते रहे।
I now have the pleasure of inviting Dr. C.R. Behel for his presentation today. Dr. Behel.
Good afternoon to everyone. It is my privilege that I have been invited by Mr. Ghosh and Mr. Mukherjee for this conclave, and I'm not that good speaker as compared to my previous speakers, and in my case it will be only slides which will be speaking. So I have been given today the topic of evolution of poultry consumption. So I'll take you, it was my journey also because I have been into the industry for last 42 years. So it is almost associated, the evaluation which has been associated in poultry, I will try to depict those things through my slides. So I have divided this contents into historical evolution of chicken, industrial evolution of chicken, key drivers of chicken consumption, current trends of chicken consumption, and desired transformation with the changing consumer trends. So when we look at the historical evolution of chicken, the genomic and archaeological, you can say, estimate supports that chicken was domesticated something 8,000 BC, and in Southeast Asia, in China it came at 6,000 BC, and in India by 2000 BC. During Vedic period, food was considered sacred, and the preparations of the food were seen as form of worship. Vedas, they describe vegetarian diet with grains, fruits and vegetables, and dairy products like yogurt and ghee. Meat was always consumed, but on special occasions and as part of religious rituals and reserved for special occasions. Chicken was initially hunted by tribes, by emperors, royal families as a special occasion food. It was later domesticated as backyard farming in rural areas and later into the urban. It was neither available nor affordable by masses and consumed as special occasion food before 1970. The first commercial poultry farm was started by a Christian missionary named Slater at UP, Itaha in 1912. Even today, around 30 million farmers are still involved in backyard poultry farming. So, involvement of chicken and unique regional chicken dishes. Chicken was brought to our subcontinent by Mughal, Turks and European colonies. However, over time, chicken consumption became localized with each region choosing different type of birds. You can see these all different variety of chicken. It evolved, like you have Nati Koli in Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, Chicken 65 in 1965 in Tamil Nadu. Then you have Nadan Koji, Natu Koji. Then you have Murgir Lal Jhol, which is in West Bengal. You have Amritsari chicken and Sauji chicken. These are all different varieties of chicken which were available in those days, right? When the chicken was not affordable and available. Now, creation of most popular Indian chicken products. In 1930, the actor singer Kundalal Sehgal was breaking the box office records with Devdas. At the same time, Kundalal Gujral and Jaggi, they created this butter chicken in Peshawar. The same Kundalal Gujral, he migrated in 1947 to Delhi, and the second creation was in 1947, the tandoori chicken. The third one is Ali Ahmad Aslam, Pakistan British chef, made masala sauce to make tikka masala. This was at Glasgow restaurant. That was all about the history. Now I will get into the poultry industry evolution of chicken. If you look at poultry industry evolution of chicken, it has been from 1950 to 70, it was largely backyard. 1970, it was started with the breeding activities by Venky's and by Keck's farm, right? In 1983, the NGO Pradhan, they started their, you can say, designing program for Government of India for elevating poverty and creating some NGOs where chicken was also one among the, it was one among the National Rural Livelihood Mission program. Then 1980s was the decade of Chinese restaurants in India. Whatever I have observed, I'm just trying to narrate you that in 1980s, there are a lot of, I still remember in Pune, there used to be only one restaurant in 80s, which used to serve you Chinese food or Chinese restaurants. So 80s was the decade of Chinese restaurants. And then in 1993, import liberalization of GP stocks. Then 1996, it was the institutionalization of contract broiler farming, which was done by Suguna. 2000, you can see processed chicken retail store. First, it was created by Lifeline in Bangalore, which was tender chicken. And 2000 is also a decade for rolls, wraps and dim sums and momos. 2015, it was e-commerce started by Licious, Fresh to Home and Omni channels by Nandu. Retail, processed chicken and value. This is the complete journey of your the evolution of the poultry industry. We will go one by one. First of all, how poultry industry developed. Beginning of the poultry breeding in India, which was through, we cannot, forgive Venky's, because Dr. B.V. Rao, the father of Indian poultry industry, he enrolled for a short length course at Acharya Ranga Agriculture University, Rajendra Nagar in Hyderabad. He had the opportunity to learn under him, under an American teacher, Dr. Sir John Moore, who came as an FAO expert on extension services. His first business venture was 500 birds, entrusted by more for tending. Soon Rao started his own venture in 7 acres plot by selling his wife's jewelry. The business started, and today it is, VH Group is a 2 billion conglomerate with poultry, meat, pharmaceuticals, cattle feed, sports, and they have the presence in all these countries. This is what I was talking about, Pradhan. There were two, you can say, Mr. Deep Joshi and Vijay Mahajan. They were IIM Delhi and, IIT Delhi and IIM Ahmedabad. In those days in 1983, they thought we should work on poverty elevation work, right? And they helped government in designing the rural development programs to implement the field improvement on major programs like IRDP, NREP, National Rural Livestock. This way, and they also supported the other NGOs for getting into this activities of rural development. So they were funded by your Bill Gates and your IKEA Foundation, Tata Trust, all these people, right? So Pradhan has been recognized, and they were recognized by Magsaysay Award, by Padam Shri Award and all this. So we need to mention, because these people were responsible to improve the backward integration in India, improving, you can say, backward farming into upgrading the backward farming. So you can see, like, NSPDT is a charitable trust with a mandate to promote, protect and nurture smallholders, right? Today it is the largest organized poultry trust in India and is one of the largest enterprise indigenously, and it is also promoting rural consumption of chicken and eggs. So if you look at the small farmers with 400 to 800 broiler chicken farms at their backyard, they earn around 40,000 to 80,000 by spending 2 to 3 hours every day. New era of, you can say, organized backyard farming with 400 to 500 broiler chicks. So everybody knows, I was in Venki's during this period in 1996. I still remember we had a brainstorming session. What has to be done, because the farmer says that we will not take your chicks. At that time, the broiler production cost was 35 rupees and the selling price was 23 rupees, right? So it was something like, the farmer says, we will not buy your chicks, we will not buy your medicines, we will not buy your you can say, all the technical services and all, we don't need them. We will just use these poultry sheds for our onions, for our storage, and all these activities were happening. That was the time when Sugna started this broader integration model, right? And why it was so? Because this has got 14 cost centers. You just see, these are the cost centers which you will find. Grandparent, parent, hatchery, I mean, everybody is making money. Grandparent will be selling the parent stocks. Parent stocks, people will be selling the chicks. So feed will be sold, healthcare products will be sold, veterinary, chick dealer, feed dealer, all these things, right? So there are 14 cost centers. So now the same story I have narrated here. In today's scenario, if an open farmer does his own broiler farming, he makes only 2 rupees 16 paisa based on today's, you can say, cost and things. In case it goes into the integration system, he earns 5 rupees 26 paisa. So this is the scenario. I mean, that is how it is sustainable. Otherwise, the farmers are not going to continue with their own farming. And that is how we have 70% today broiler farming is in the integration model. So integration model, basically it requires 3 basic things: feed, breed and your management practices. Way forward to the broiler integration model. Whatever today we have, what is the way forward? So we must remember that India's small land holding constitutes 86%, and with a land holding of 1.08 hectares of land. Despite being small landholders economy, India is self-reliant in food grains, fruits and vegetables, milk, egg and poultry. There are challenges when farmers do not get realizations and they are forced to dump or destroy their produce. Milk cooperatives and broiler integration are the most successful and sustainable in the livestock industry. which resulted into remarkable CAGR growth for last few decades. What I'm trying to emphasize is, with the small land holdings, if you want to do business in livestock, it has to be, your farmer has to be the stakeholders. Let it be milk cooperative unions or let it be broiler integration. Because there are a lot of voices which has raised in the past from the north. The farmer should be given more contract growing charges and 25 rupees and 30 rupees. I was hearing, and there was a lot of, you can say, government, you can say, people were talking about this is illegal way of doing it, which is not the truth. And if it happens, the entire industry will collapse. So how organized is the Indian poultry industry? We are still lacking into the forward integration. When I say commercial farm, I mean the standard commercial farms where you have a proper infrastructure is still lacking, poultry processing and marketing. There is a risk of biosecurity and health challenges. It is mainly because of contract growing, because of the poor infrastructure. Then you have a wet market processing, and disposal of offal is also open to a threat and cause many diseases. What are the key drivers of chicken consumption? If you look at the key drivers of chicken consumption, you can say it is affordability, lower poultry prices amongst all animal proteins, affordable but value, increasing demand of protein-rich diets and rising awareness of health benefits, acceptability, disposable income, population growth and urbanization, with 65% being younger than the age of 35, international exposure, Western QSR expansion, booming retail and model trade, changing lifestyle and changing consumption pattern. And I give more importance to this perception also. In case if this perception factor is changed, I feel the industry will further accelerate its growth. Process fresh chilled chicken to be perceived as hygienic and safe. The current perception of freshness is for retail, wet market, warm chicken. We need to create the awareness on this. See, the same factors, whatever I have said, the key driving factors, first is affordability. You can see how affordable it is, because for 100 gram protein, it costs you 74 rupees, chicken costs you 100 rupees. So, as compared to other protein sources. So, this is on affordability. Then again, you can see how sustainable the poultry industry is, or how much genetics has been contributing to it. I remember 4 decades before, the chicken was grown in 58 days 2 kg. Today, we can grow chicken in 30 days 2 kg. That is a continuous genetical improvement in broiler chicken, makes it most effective and affordable. Apart from breeding programs, the infrastructure, nutrition, feed milling and management practices are also being upgraded. If you look at, I am talking about the first point, affordability of chicken. Why chicken is more affordable? Consistent growing yield is making broiler more sustainable. If you get into all these parameters are from 1980 to 218. In 38 years, FCR has improved from 2.5 to 1.5. So it is almost like there is an increment of 0.03% every year, right? Then you have mean age. Mean age was 58, now we are talking about 32 days. Evisceration yield has gone from 61% to 71%. Chick per breed, this is also increased. So these are the factors which are making poultry and chicken more affordable. Then we come to the acceptability. We say it has to be acceptable. If you look at the global scenario, poultry, pig, bovine and ovine, it is 350 million metric ton, right? Percentage wise, globally, poultry is being consumed 39.9%, while in India it is 50.06. See, now this is population. There is again key drivers of consumption I am trying to refer. You can see that to 2024, 144 crore population, world meter. 2060, expected population is 170 crores. Present growth rate is 0.92%. 2030 to 2070, working age population in India will be 90 crores. So, to everybody I want to convey this, we have golden opportunity and we should invest in this industry through processing and all other factors, because from 2030 to 2070, this industry is definitely going to be a big, there will be a heavy requirement of proteins. If you look at the top growing economies and their GDP growth, you can find India is the fastest growing economy globally with 7.2% in financial year 23, and is on the track of becoming 6 trillion by 26. Now I will get into historical trends of chicken consumption. If you look at the historical trends of chicken consumption, I have to only say that if you look at poultry, it is 0.4 in 2000, 2022 it is 4.2, which was 11.3 in 20 years. And these are all the average annual growth rates in percentage. So I am saying that average annual growth rate of 9.2% and 7.2% for poultry meat and eggs between 2000 to 2020 is in poultry is nothing short of revolutionary change in poultry sector. This pink revolution has not been recognized. If you look at, it is higher growth rate than achieved in wheat 8.4 and rice 5% per annum, which was declared by Government of India Green Revolution between 1967 to 1986. And it is even higher than White Revolution milk 1970 to 1977, which saw a growth of 4.5%. Chicken is the, so that is all about your chicken fastest growing. Then you have, this is the meat, Indian broiler meat production from 1999 to 2024. So today we are almost 7.6 million metric ton. If you look at global picture, we are almost 7.6 million metric ton. As Mr. Sridhar sir has said, the growth, global growth of meat is hardly 0.2% or 1.1% or 2.2. We'll come later into my few slides which will also elaborate on those things. You have per capita poultry meat consumption of 5.27 in 2024. This is just a per capita meat consumption by type. Here you can see that globally, if you look at, it is 17 kg is your poultry, and of course aqua is the highest, which is 20 kg. Then fast growing, this is from 2010 to 2030, what is going to be the scenario. If you look at the entire global animal protein demand is expected to grow at a CAGR of 1.9% from 2010 to 2030, that is plus. But in that poultry, if you look at, it is 2.4% between 2010 to 2030, right? So poultry meat is expected to grow at 2.4 CAGR, and overall in this 20-year journey, it is going to grow 60%. I feel this slide is a very common slide, which is how much India eats non-vegetarian, which is we say 81%. Indian poultry meat market, consumer preferences and habits. Live broiler are more than 90% of the total consumer sales. Small birds 0.8 to 1.3 kg dress weight are the norm of retail whole chicken. When parts are available, there is preference for dark meat. Skinless raw poultry products are preferred by many buyers. There is a less preference for byproducts, liver, gizzard, carcass. Chilled poultry is said to be gaining more rapidly than frozen, but both are a very small share of the total market. Still, warm chicken dominates the market to the tune of 90%, which is unhygienic and it is unsafe. Desired transformations with changing consumer trends. This is what we eat. With all good work and effort at back end, we still serve or deliver 93% of our valuable products in most unhygienic and unsafe process. The perception of wet market retail with warm chicken still dominates as fresh. It's high time for the industry to bring a next revolution with processed, chilled and value-added products. If you look at our neighboring countries, Southeast Asian countries, you will find that India is leading in the wet market share compared to all other Southeast Asian countries. Now we get into poultry processing. So India broiler industry, broiler population 550 crores, expected CAGR 8%, total processing plant in India is 61, process plant capacity is 1.5 lakh birds per hour or 15 lakh birds per day. This works to be 7% of the total broiler production. Forward integration into processing, value addition, packing, chilling, freezing and cold chain distribution will deliver a hygienically processed and safe chicken, value addition, shelf life and waste disposal through rendering. So these are the added advantage when we transform into processing. So what is the other advantages? Complete backward integration inclusive of breeder, hatchery, feed milling, broiler farming and transporting live birds. Processing addresses the key customer and regulatory requirements. So remember that processing is going to support the customers on their requirements, on regulatory requirements such as traceability, welfare, bird weight, health monitoring, AMR, control process and food safety measures, process yields, because it is going to give you more yields than what is being processed in the wet market, chilling below 4 degree or on process line. So these are the raw products of dressing plant. You can see all this different cut-ups and portions and products what can be delivered. And here I am again going to repeat, 1980s was the decade of Chinese restaurants in India. 1990, because KFC, McDonald's, everybody came in 1996. So fried chicken and pizza, 1990 was the decade. 2000 was the decade of rolls and wraps, and 2010 was momos and dim sum. I am saying it with with all confidence because I was a part of this product development process, and this was the phase the industry has grown. So what is the potential chicken market? Is normally you can say when you process a chicken, you can either retail, wholesalers, modern trade, HoReCa, institutions, QSR, e-commerce and exports. These are the areas where you can sell your chicken. When you look into the QSRs, Indian QSR market, you can say today we have closer to 6,763 QSR outlets in India, out of which I categorize them into 3: burger, fried chicken, pizza, and also rolls and wraps. But it is like rolls and wraps are available with KFC also, it is available with burger people also, so I have avoided in this list. So these are a total. So if you look at globally, the burger range is growing the fastest. If you look at graph, it is India versus the global / US, right? So in that graph, you will see that globally the burger range is growing fastest globally. CAGR revenue is highest in fried chicken category in India. Then you have KFC is the dominating player with Popeyes having only 32 stores. And then you have a lot of local Indian QSRs which are just copying them, like you have sizzling, fizzling chicken, you have got Kolkata fried chicken, and all these are the local players which are emerging, which is good for the industry. When you look at the national modern trade in India, it is approximately national modern trade numbers are 858, where the food service operators and retailers, they can go and take their materials. This is poultry integrators from farm to fork. There are a lot of poultry integrators who are venturing into retailing, and I know a couple of them, and I was also involved into retailing. So these are a couple of them. Then why some meat retail store chains fail to sustain? There are some meat retail store chains, they fail to sustain because they entering offline trade too quickly without strong supply chain model. Now you must be knowing Tender Cut and your Fipola, all these people, they invested money, they made a lot of stores in South, and unfortunately they went with the big numbers and they were not actually geared up with proper supply chain. So India food processing sector, if you look at, the Indian food processing sector is today $543 billion by 2025, and India will be the 5th largest consumer of processed food products around 2030, and it is growing at the rate of 15%. This is expected to be driven by fast changing market, much needed government impetus, capacity and capability building, foreign investments and more. India ranks first in milk production, second in fruits and vegetables, with top position in selected items. It has the largest livestock population, cattle and buffalo, is leading exporter of buffalo meat, 1.3 million metric ton, $3.2 billion, and ranks second in egg production, fourth in broiler production, among top 3 countries in terms of fisheries and aquaculture, which is 20.7 million metric ton with a CAGR of 7.8 million metric tons and revenue of 7.76 million. However, apart from all these big things what we have, we process only 10%. Indian food service market, if you look at the Indian food service market, it is projected to expand from 50 billion US dollar to 150 billion US dollar by 2027, which is posting a CAGR growth of 19.2, which you can see in that graph. Food services market is moving towards organized sector. See, this is very important for all of us to know that now the food service market is moving towards organized sector from 32% in financial year 2015 to 48% in financial year 23, and it may be touching 54% in 25. That means we are gearing up. Street foods will always remain, but this is going to become a major shift. You can see that unorganized and organized sector market across categories in service industry. Now, Indian QSR market, if you look at today, Indian QSR market in 22 was 5 billion US dollars with a CAGR of 20%, and from financial year 22 to 25 and 27% to reach 10 billion US dollars. QSR chain market to register 32% over financial year 22-25. QSR contributes to total Indian food service 11% as on financial year 23. This piece of information is also very important. Like we are saying that in India, the QSR is 11% of all the food service sector. However, 33% in US, 25% in UK, 40% in China, 50% in France, and 48% in Brazil. So we are at 11%. We have a lot of scopes to grow in this segment. Now, Indian QSR market and GDP. See, always we say that affordability and all is all linked to the GDP numbers. So, Indian economy continue to grow faster growing globally. It is on the track of becoming 6 trillion. QSR growth in India is 12.9 financial year 18 to 22, which is the fastest growing globally. So, you can see those, it is almost, you can say GDP, our GDP is 7.2 and the growth is, we are talking about it, around 12, it's around 22%, which means it is almost closer to 3.3 times, 5.1 and 16.8. That is 3.3 times. GDP of India 5.1 and India QSR chain market is 16.8, which is 3.3. Rapid digitalization and food service market contribution. Widespread availability of affordable internet access. These factors are enabling improved online ordering experience and reducing the gap between urban and non-urban areas, making food service more accessible. We have from 700 million, you can say, internet users, it has gone to 1200 million. It will go to 1200 million by 28, and it will grow from 25 GB to 43 GB. The top 8 cities in India contributes to 43% of the food service revenue. This is very important. The top 8 cities, you can see there, Delhi, NCR, Mumbai, next 6 cities, right? All that put together, if you look at, it contributes to 43% of the food service revenue, 8 cities, and 83% of the QSR market. QSR food chains are making their footprint in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities also, along with the food delivery aggregators like Swiggy and Zomato. So what I'm saying is this Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, with the support of these aggregators for home delivery and with your internet access, it is also going to grow. So post-COVID, there were some disruptions. You can see that most of our segment is unorganized. But 1%, out of that 1%, 80% is category specialist like your fresh to home, Licious, Nandus and all these people. And 15 to 20% is the large verticals like Big Basket, Swiggy and Zomatos. And if you look at COVID disruption and online meat selling, you have direct to consumers. These are the players. QSR, Cloud Kitchen. Then you have hyper local and omni channels, and you have quick commerce. So on selling, delivery, a better consumer experience. I've seen that the consumer, these home deliveries with such specialized people could able to give better chicken delivered and better experience, convenience, packaging and quality. Consumers ready to pay 50% premium even. If you look at Licious chicken and compare to your wet market, you will find them 50% higher prices. So D2C startup phenomenal growth. There was if you look at the D2C growth, it was from financial year 20, 240 to 1800. It was 7 times there was a growth in 3 years post-COVID, which was actually 150 cities and average order value of 600. You have 3 orders per month and 50 to 100% price premium people are ready to pay. If you look at challenges of D2C, because most of this D2C were strongly invested, right? And the investors, they were having high expectation on valuations. D2C struggled to balance the growth and profitability. Higher marketing cost, the marketing cost was 20 to 30%, and undesirable waste was 10%, delivery cost was 5 to 10%, and the major thing was inability to manage the back-end integration. They were not having their own integration at the back-end. So that is why the cost was going high. So direct to consumer space is an opportunity for integrators. What I'm trying to say, because those, you can say, online sellers, they were not having any kind of back-end. Integrators, they have an opportunity to replace them. So quick commerce is becoming 5.5 billion opportunity from financial year 25 to 0.3 billion in 21. So meat category in quick commerce is growing 100% year on year, growing acceptance for online meat deliveries. Even D2C players have listed themselves on e-commerce. I know a lot of people in Bangalore and in South that they are getting listed with all these Zepeto and Blinkit for their selling of chicken. We have a regulatory challenges. We all know farmer trader demand clarity on new bill to prevent cruelty against animals. Then we have state government on plea over sending poultry to slaughterhouses, that poultry will not be, wet market will not be allowed. License renewal of meat shops violating norms put on hold by PMC, right? So these kind of issues we have contract, I have referred to that contract guidelines to broiler protection already. So these are, and in addition to that, industry is already is having other challenges like volatility of raw material, climate risk, we have disease challenges, and high capital intensive processing plant and cold chain. It is a need that we should have poultry campaign for consumers, because it is a 2.5 lakh crore poultry market. The consumer engagement we should have through media, and we should have industry, government and academic collaboration, and they should talk about what value it delivers to consumers, and it should also evade all the myths which is being circulated on social medias. So there is a need that there has to be a consumer engagement. And control AMR, I feel it is a more deterrent. We are not doing much of exports, as you can see, but it is a major, you can say, hindrance to export. But of course, we should also think about our own domestic market also. India, the largest importer of antibiotics, as Mr. O.P. Singh was mentioning about Europe. I am saying India also is having 1.33 billion per annum. In India, use of antimicrobials in livestock sector is expected to double by 2030 from 2010, because your growth is there 8%, 8.5%. Misuse, overuse of antimicrobials, they need to be looked into. Post-COVID, domestic consumers have become more aware of food safety, antimicrobial usage and animal welfare concerns. And for export council, I feel we should have a separate poultry export council, like Marine has got, APEDA is there. Similarly, we should have, because we are not doing much of export, but there has to be support for export of poultry also. So if you look at the favorable policies in government and food processing sector, I've just mentioned here, infrastructure development fund and all this bill. I feel all these things every one of us know it. I'm just repeating it. And the capital requirement for poultry sector by 2030, if you look into, and as Mr. O.P. Singh was mentioning, yes, it was 12% CAGR growth of poultry processing plant. And I have done a research work by talking to all the three equipment suppliers. In coming 3 years, the way the processing plants are coming, this growth is going to be not less than 25-30%. My expected, because we are talking to some investors, so I have given them a figure. They told me how many processing plants you have today and how many you are going to have by 2030. So I've given them a number which you will, by 2030 or 2035, I can say we will be 20% processed based on the growth which is happening there in the processing plants. But of course, we should not, this is like investments considering 8% growth and what is going to be required in next 8 years. It is all captured here, including broiler layer feed plants, solvent extractions, modernizing your breeder farms, chick processing, frozen food and cold chains, and all put together. But remember, all this thing is okay, but implications we cannot forgive. You have to stay solvent, focus on considering capacity expansions. My request will be people should invest, but with a proper planning, and they should know where they're going to sell their products, right? Attract policy money, public money, and you should have investors. And thank you very much. I hope I was in time.
Thank you, Dr. Bahel. I would now like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Samarendra Mishra, co-founder and CEO, Overfarm Private Limited. He will be speaking to us about consumer awareness to food safety. With over 23 years of experience, Mr. Mishra is a passionate and visionary entrepreneur dedicated to revolutionizing the Indian egg farming sector through the use of world-class technology and practices. As co-founder of Overfarm, he is committed to producing high-quality eggs that meet global standards and to fostering a sustainable and ethical supply chain for the poultry industry. Armed with an MBA from the University of Bradford, Mr. Mishra has a proven track record of driving business growth, fostering innovation, and promoting sustainability in the agricultural sector. He has successfully launched and scaled Kenko Eggs, a brand of eggs, as well as Kenko Extra, a retail store concept which is Odisha's first exclusive egg outlet. He is currently involved in developing a new plant for egg powder and liquid egg production in Balangir. Mr. Mishra.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. Thank you for having me here. I believe we are running short of time and everybody is probably eager for lunch, so I would keep it short. More or less, all the speakers who have spoken before me have unanimity in their voice as to what the industry needs to do and what the opportunities are. And my presentation is also on similar lines, where I talk about, actually the slide should be consumer awareness to nutrition and food safety rather than just food safety. So I believe these are paramount for the industries or the categories growth. It's not like how big the industry is. The question that we should be answering to is how big it can be. I believe there are a lot of limitations to our growth. primarily owing to certain social situations prevailing in our country, in our society, and also what I feel is a certain trust deficit that our products have in consumer mind, which is where we need to work on. So for us to reach where we want to reach, we need a certain consumer awareness, as in like what the products, especially I'll talk about eggs because we are all about eggs, not much into chicken. So speaking of eggs, I think there are a lot of communication that is lacking from the producers or the government, like what we saw in one of the slides that Mr. Sridhar showed, that we are considered as something, I mean, people will have very contradicting thoughts about our product, if it is a chicken or egg. The nutrition that it provides is definitely what everybody would agree to, but however, there are a lot of myths around it, there are a lot of misinformation around it that needs to be countered by the producers. And in order to have long-term sustainability, we need to address to this communication by improving our dialogue with the consumers, with the government agencies, with all the stakeholders involved. And the current scenario is two-pronged. One is about the general awareness people have about eggs, let's say. So we talk about somebody being vegetarian and somebody being non-vegetarian, but even for a non-vegetarian, it's not that every day or every meal that they have it will be non-vegetarian. So there's a lot of gap in the market, in the perception that needs to be filled, that needs to be addressed by us. Even the sources of information that we talk about is, we have too much of information, and many of them are wrong information that are being passed to people, which is not being countered by the industry as much as it should have been. So the kind of perception, let's say the milk industry has, or even the packaged water business has, we don't have it. The trust people have on let's say milk, which is a similar category, is tremendous, especially in India. Milk is considered as something pure, something always good, and there is very little myths around milk and milk products compared to what we have for, let's say, egg or chicken. And all this information that is being passed through all the social media channels lately have been devastating at times. We have seen how a lot of rumors have affected our business, to the extent earlier we saw the slide where even a government document is suggesting that chicken and egg, all this should be eaten moderately. My personal experience is that a large part of our society, even doctors I have seen advising people not to eat non-veg or eggs without any basis. So you go to any regular health checkup in a hospital, and the sort of advice that you get from doctors actually defies any logic or science. And this can only be countered with consumer awareness. Only when we start talking about the nutrition or the health benefits or food safety issues, and we engage in a dialogue with the consumers, we can debunk all these myths and we can counter all this anti-propaganda that is being spread around chicken and eggs. So, speaking about all the myths around it and all the anti-propaganda, we all know how we were earlier on discussing how for many people eggs are considered as non-vegetarian. Even the food standard authority is leveling any product containing egg as brown color level. But we all know that this is also something that Mr. Sridhar mentioned earlier in his talk, that the eggs that are produced at farms are infertile eggs and there is no life in it. But I believe this has not been communicated well to the general public in general. They are not aware how an egg is produced at a farm, because every now and then we meet people who are asking us like, do you have cocks and hens together at farm? Do you give them some hormone to produce the eggs? These kind of questions. So we get a sense that it is a failure from the industry. I absolutely agree. Mr. Singh said earlier that long back when they came up with this Sunday Hoya Monday, they were probably only promoting the egg as such, but not the virtues of the egg. So probably we would need communication to tell people that what the egg is all about and all the myths around it. Similarly, people don't differentiate between eggs. Let's say, for example, what we have observed is for the industry to grow, there has to be higher value addition. I was talking to one potential investor yesterday from some another country, and his view was that India has immense, it's a very huge market, but it's very difficult to make money in India. And their view was that because of lack of value addition, so because of the very little share that food service has in our total value chain, and also the limited number of value additions that are being currently practiced. So people do not differentiate. Let's say there are conceptions that the processed chicken, or let's say any farm, all the farms are same, the products are same, there is no such differentiation, but the product can be very different from one farm to another depending on how they are producing, how they are packaging, and what kind of feed the chickens are being fed. Similarly, when we talk about food safety, it is not about how we produce it, it's also is how the food was delivered to the consumer's home. Because my own personal experience was when we sent the first export consignment, we did everything to produce and pack the right eggs. But when it reached destination, the product was not what we had desired. And many times for the consumer, they don't bother. They would have a negative idea about the product itself. We have also seen it in the market when any consumer who is breaking a rotten egg, it will have a lasting impression on her about eggs, and it might even impact her consumption of eggs going forward. So it's not only about the producer, how we produce the egg, how it is transported, how it is kept at the store level also, because when we buy eggs, we put it in the fridge. That's what everybody does. But from farm to our fridges, how the egg has traveled is something that nobody is thinking about. Even the stores who are keeping the empty retail format stores are also not keeping it under refrigeration. And there is also no leveling as to proper leveling as to when the egg was produced and what is the best before date. There is no control over that as well. So when we talk about food safety, it starts with what feed we have fed our chickens, and we all know how our products do not have acceptability, especially in export markets. It is because of the sort of antibiotic or pesticide residues we have in our final products. It should start with the sourcing of raw feed from wherever we are sourcing, whether there is any pesticide residue, whether there is any antibiotic residue during the production is what should be concerning us as producers. Similar are the production practices at farm level, what sort of biosecurity measures we have, even if we are using, let's say, antibiotic, whether we are following the withdrawal norms or not before it hits the market are some of the important things that we as producers should be concerned about. Like I said, packaging and process, even transportation will play a big role, especially in case of eggs, as to how well they reach the consumer's fridge. When we talk about nutrition and food safety, we need to communicate better with the consumers with very clear labeling, with running awareness campaigns about the nutrition, about how our product should reach to them, under what conditions it should be stored, and all of this will result in a greater consumer awareness about the product itself. I believe this is something Mr. Singh also touched upon, is our lack of engagement with our consumers. So only when we are engaging with the consumers, we will know their buying behavior, their feedback, what is happening, what needs to be done. And this is something that is, I think, terribly lacking in the industry, and there is no much interaction between the producer and the end user, because there are a lot of middlemen involved and there is no concerted effort to reach out to the end user and get their feedback on the product. So in order to achieve our goals, which is way below the world average per capita consumption in terms of chicken or egg, we need to step up as producers to ensure food safety in our production processes, to engage with the consumers, with the society, to engage and educate them about the nutrition values that chicken and egg provide, and also how they should be assessing a product for product safety. So it is not only the producer and the consumer, but also the government authorities, agencies, which should also be involved, and they should also be taken on board, because they are an important stakeholder that we all know. During policy formulations and whatever risk mitigations plan they have, this should also be, industry should also be part of it, and only when all of us work in sync, we would be able to achieve what we are trying to achieve. And that is all I would have for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra. I would now invite Ms. Kinjal Shah, Senior Vice President and Co-Group Head Corporate Ratings, ICRA Limited. She would be speaking to us on key trends and growth drivers for the poultry industry. Ms. Shah joined ICRA Limited in 2008 and has been a part of the corporate ratings team since then, working on multiple rating assignments across various sectors, which include, among others, pharmaceuticals, auto, hospitals, aviation, IT, FMCG, and holding companies. She holds a bachelor's degree in management studies from Narsi Monji College of Commerce and Economics, University of Mumbai, and master's in business administration from Narsi Monji Institute of Management Studies. She has also completed CFA from the CFA Institute, USA. Ms. Shah.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, the Indian Poultry Review, for giving ICRA an opportunity to present our views on the Indian poultry industry. So this is the broad agenda that I have for today to take you through the key trends in the Indian poultry industry and highlighting some of the growth opportunities and challenges for the industry. Starting with the overview of the Indian poultry industry. So as we have been discussing, while on the production side, almost 70% of the entire broiler output is organized, with a lot of corporates also using the commercial farms. In fact, many of the large corporates are vertically integrated with having their own hatcheries, feed mills, and even processing plants. However, for the Indian poultry industry, the market is largely a wet or the live bird market. And because of the perishable nature of the products and because of the limitations in the transportation and infrastructure facilities that we have in terms of the cold storage, etc., the geographical movement of the output is very limited. And overall, on the consumer side, I mean, while even though on the production side we are a largely organized market, on the retailing side, it is largely an unorganized market. This just gives about the information on the Indian processed poultry industry. So roughly around 30% of the market is the retail market, while 70% is wholesale. And even within these, the major is dominated by the raw, while the value-added component is quite less at around 30 to 40%, though it is largely increasing in the near term. This is one of the important factors which determines the overall credit profile of the Indian poultry companies, which is the trend in the input prices. So if we see this, the entire value chain, the poultry feed comprises almost 70% of the total cost of production of a poultry company. And within this poultry feed, two main components, which is maize, which almost account for around 60 to 65% of the feed cost, and the other portion is the soya bean, which accounts for around 20 to 25%, with the balance being the other additives, minerals, vitamins, etc. So the poultry feed cost is largely determined by the movement in the maize and the soya bean prices. This graph shows about the movement in the maize prices which we have seen across the years. So maize prices, they shot up significantly in FY22 and 23. FY25 they had risen by around 25% and 23 they had risen by around 27%. Post that in FY24 we did see some softening at around 4% on a YOY basis, which eased the cost structure of the poultry companies to some extent, enabling them to make a large amount of profits. However, in FY25 again, we have seen a YOY increase in the maize prices. And compared to Q1 FY25, the maize prices are higher by around 12%. And on an average, compared to FY24 prices, the Q1 FY25 prices are higher by around 6%. The increase in the maize prices is largely happening because of the diversion of the maize production to starch and even ethanol production. However, for the entire year, it will be the Kharif output which will determine how we see the maize input prices going to be. As per the recent data, which was August to 2024, the Kharif sown area was around 10.3% higher on a YOY basis, which covers almost 96% of the last year's acreage. And this augurs well for the overall Kharif output for maize. And that's why we expect that at least in the current year, the maize prices would remain quite benign as the Kharif output comes up. This slide shows about the prices in soybean. So soybean prices had again also spiked up in FY22 and 23 because of the large exports that were happening. However, in FY24, we saw a softening of around 16% in the soybean prices, and this again supported the cost structure of the poultry companies. In the current year, we are seeing the decline in the soybean prices to continue. And overall, there are several determinants of the soybean prices, like the increasing, sorry, the international prices, the export demand, the government regulations on the export and stockholding requirements. And we've also seen that while for the soybean, the poultry companies have also started to use alternate formulas like rapeseed, sunflower, cotton seeds, etc., to offset the impact of the rise in the soybean prices. However, the efficacy of these alternate sources is yet to be demonstrated over a long-term basis. This overall demonstrates how the feed prices have moved, and again because of the movement and high prices of both maize and soybean that we witnessed in FY22 and 23, the feed cost was significantly higher in FY22 and 23, and in FY24 the feed prices declined by around 11% on a YY basis from around 35 per kg in FY23. During Q1 FY25, the feed prices have remained range bound because the decline in soybean prices has been largely offset by the increase in maize prices. And overall, the feed cost for the current year will largely be dependent on two things: how the Kharif output for maize will come up to be, and second, how the demand supply situation overall pans out. Here we talk about how the realizations are moving. So FY24 started with a negative tone on the broiler realizations. However, the broiler realizations did start increasing towards the latter half of H1 FY24. But post November 2023, again, the realizations saw a sharp decline. Overall, FY24 ended with a 3% YY increase in realizations. But Q1 FY25, we've started seeing a positive trend in the broiler realizations with a YY growth of 25%. Albeit this is on a very low base because Q1 FY24, we'd seen a significant drop in realizations. But considering that the demand for the broilers would remain steady in the current year, and with the feed cost remaining firm, we expect that for most part of FY25, we should see a positive movement in the broiler realizations. Now moving to some of the growth drivers and challenges and opportunities for the industry. Sorry. So as we've been discussing, I mean, some of the other speakers have also alluded to this fact that one of the key growth drivers for the industry is going to be the current low per capita consumption of both broiler and egg compared to the global consumption, as also compared to the recommendation by various forums. In addition to that, post-COVID, in fact, the requirement of more protein as part of your food nutrient has increased, and poultry is one of the cheapest source of nutrition. So that will be another driver for the growth for the poultry industry. The third major trend which has happened is that the sale of poultry products through e-commerce route, the doorstep delivery, that has actually increased the penetration of poultry products significantly, and that is one other driver of increasing consumption of poultry in India. And lastly, the change in the lifestyle and the eating habits. So as more and more people are eating outside, and with the growth of the QSR segment, the overall trend in poultry consumption is only increasing. Next few slides will cover some of the challenges and opportunities for the industry. The key opportunities include this wide gap with the per capita consumption in India versus globally. As also we're seeing increasing upgradation of the facilities by the poultry manufacturers, be it the environmentally controlled farm, biosecurity, etc. So that is actually resulting in various cost efficiencies and enabling them to supply poultry at quite low prices. In addition, one of the major opportunities which is coming up is in the form of value-added products, which is kebabs, burgers, patties, etc. And that will be one of the major segment to gain traction. Most of the investments that are happening by the poultry integrators is also in the value-added segments. And the last but not the least is the encouraging export potential that we have for the segment. However, that said, there are some of the challenges which obviously constrain the entire growth potential of the industry. The major being the volatility in the feed cost and the broiler realization. Because of such significant dependence on the maize, because while maize does have substitute, but soybean, people typically do not use substitutes because of the higher mortality and lower efficacy. The feed costs continue to remain quite volatile. And because of the seasonal consumption pattern of the poultry, the realizations are also very volatile. So this is one of the key factors which is impacting the poultry industry. A second is the availability of the inputs like maize and soybean. A third is the entire long gestation period for bird production and the limited control on input and output prices. And last but not the least, it is the entire perishable nature of the poultry industry, because more than 90% of the poultry products are sold in the wet live market, and the processed industry is less than 10%. So, so long as we don't see a revival or increment in the poultry industry, the dependence on the wet market will continue, and this is one factor which is impacting the overall geographical movement and because of the perishable nature. Bird flu is one another key area which has been impacting the entire industry. Though in recent times, some solace to the industry is because of the localized impact of the bird flu. Earlier, when the bird flu instance would happen in a particular region, it would spread fast to various other regions. But now, because of the local culling of the birds that happen in the affected area, we're seeing that these instances of bird flu remain localized, and although whenever such instances happen, it impacts the demand in that particular region. This slide talks about ICRA's outlook on the overall industry. So we've taken a sample of several leading poultry companies, and our expectation is that the sample set would witness a revenue growth of around 8 to 10% in FY25, higher than the around 7% growth that they witnessed in FY24, largely stemming from both volume growth because of stable demand, as also some improvement in realizations. On the profitability front, the earnings are expected to remain stable because of the improvement in the realizations that are witnessed in Q1, and the improvement in the profitability which the industry has seen in Q1 FY25. We expect the industry debt levels to backward integration. This is one other trend which we are expecting in the near term, that is the organized market will continue to gain a market share. This is stemming from a couple of factors. One, that because of the volatility in earnings, we've seen that several small players have shut down operations because of their inability to manage the costs. The second is we're seeing a lot of investments and upgradation happening, like in environmentally controlled farms, etc., which is difficult for the unorganized sector to happen. The third thing is the investments in both forward integration as well as backward integration. We're seeing a lot of companies setting up their own hatcheries, feed mills, etc., and even entering into the process segment to the extent of even setting up retail outlets for the processed meat. We've analyzed some of the capex plans of some of these key poultry players, and our expectation is that over the next 2 years, there will be investments of around 3,800 crore by these key poultry players in both forward and vertical integration. That is setting up solvent extraction units, feed plants, hatcheries, even GP farms, etc. And this will be largely funded through a combination of both debt and equity. To summarize, these are some of the key takeaways. So we've seen the softening in the maize price in the current year, so we're expecting softening in the maize price in the current year with a good kharif output, and with declining soybean prices, we expect the feed prices to remain stable. The realizations have shown an improvement, which will be overall beneficial for the revenue growth of the poultry companies. We expect the organized players to continue to incur capex towards both forward and backward integration. And there have been localized instances of bird flu which have impacted demand and realizations in affected region, but any large outbreak would always remain monitorable. This last section just talks about our ratings in the poultry industry. So we have a coverage of around 23 companies in the poultry industry, of which around 91% are rated in the investment grade. And typically the entities which are rated in the investment grade have a portfolio of vertical integrated operations which supports their credit profile. The credit ratio in both FY23 and FY24, by credit ratio I mean the number of upgrades to number of downgrades. These have largely remained at 1x, as in the number of downgrades is equal to number of upgrades. And typically downgrades happen whenever there is expectation of continued weakening in the credit profile of the companies because of the volatile feed cost and the earnings profile. And typically upgrades we've seen because of the improvement in the balance sheet structure of company because of, say, large equity infusion coming in. And these are some of the ratings by ICRA on the key poultry companies that we've been rating. We just aggregated the key financial indicators of some 11 large poultry companies, and this shows the improvement that we've seen in FY24 and the expectations that I talk about in FY25 on the overall credit profile of the poultry companies. With this, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Shah. With that, we break for lunch. We take a 40-minute break for lunch. So we gather back here at 2:40. Please. Mr. Deepak is a management consultant with over 18 years experience in corporate strategy, market entry and GTM strategy, growth consulting and measurement, satisfaction, loyalty and brand, and corporate finance. In addition to his consulting experience, Mr. Deepak has been involved in successfully setting up, running and scaling businesses. He was successfully able to exit the startup he founded in 2019. Key sectors where he has spent most of his time are technology, food and beverage, education, retail, healthcare, logistics and warehousing. In addition to specializing in the Indian market, Mr. Deepak has also been involved in projects across Southeast Asia, Middle East and select African countries. Mr. Deepak, please.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. And I've been given a very difficult slot just after lunch is not the easiest one, but I'll try do my best to keep you all awake. So the topic, first of all, let me thank Sanjay and the whole IPR team for giving me and Ipsos an opportunity to come here and address you all and talk about an interesting topic that is the core of what we do as an organization. So we're going to spend the next 20-30 minutes talking about how the consumer trends are changing, these trends are not only specific to the poultry industry, but let's go one level up to the food industry. Let's also look at how do these trends, which are common for food and any other business where consumer buying happens. So some of these trends tend to cut across a lot of such aspects. Now, before I start talking about the specific topic, just to give you all a sense of who we are, and you know, why am I standing here and what's the authenticity of even being here. So Ipsos is a European firm headquartered in France. We've been around for close to 50 years. We're one of the largest market research organizations globally, which means we track consumers, we track patients, and we also advocate policy at a global level. So even in India, we've been around for more than a decade with over 1,000 employees working for us. And we are involved in a lot of consumer research, both on the corporate side as well as with the government sector. So that's the kind of work that we do in India. Now, moving straight back into the topic for today, let me start with a very interesting quote from Steve Jobs, which is relevant to every one of us. So I quote, so get closer than ever to your consumers or customers. If you're in B2B customers, if you're in B2C consumers, so close, in fact, that you tell them what they need well before they realize it. So it shouldn't always be asking by the consumer, but there are a lot of cases where without even the consumer realizes. So there are hints and traits that consumers tend to give, but how do you pick ahead of them and then give it back to them is what this really means, and there are several examples of this trend. So what it also leads to is keeping a pulse of what's happening in the consumer minds. So which we call as trends, which we map over time. Now this, in my view, is very important for businesses to rise or to even decline. So businesses which keep a pulse of this tend to do well. Businesses who may not care about it over the years tend to fail. There are plenty of such examples. So let's look at 3 examples of who got it right. I come from Bangalore, South, so dosa is one of a favorite thing. Before even my mom realized that the batters can be brought outside, they created a brilliant brand without preservatives. What you can do at home can be brought in, and they just played on convenience as a trend from a consumer standpoint. The second interesting brand was Zepto. I mean, honestly, 3 years ago, none of us thought we needed grocery in 10 minutes. Or if I'm cooking chicken at home, I need it in 10 minutes. So they push this culture of saying, look, you can think about something in 10 minutes and we're there to deliver for you, which is very interesting. And the third one is Netflix. Even today, they're so consistent, without even you knowing, they push content at you that they want you to see and not what you want to see. So, which is very interesting on how consumer marketing works, and this is something we were just talking at lunch as well on how do we educate consumers, create awareness among consumers, so you make them think in a different manner. Now, on contrary to this, there is a limit to push. So all of us, we need to understand what's that limit. Metaverse is a classic example. When Facebook renamed themselves as Meta, and then they took a big call on Metaverse, but it didn't really work for them. There are many such examples. Kodak missed a big opportunity of how things were changing. So one can go on and on about it, but the larger point is how do we keep a pulse on these trends is super important. Now, one of the things that Ipsos does is we track something called Ipsos Global Trends. This is a 6th edition, so we've been doing this from 2013. So wherein this is a once in 2 year output that we come out, talking about or spotting what is changing in consumer minds, not just in India, but this is done at a global level. So we do this across 50 markets. Globally, covering about 48,000 consumers, so which in a nutshell represents 87% of the global economy and close to 70% of the global population. And all these content is available on our website. This is not sold, so this is available for anybody who's in business wanting to pick that up and read and then do something out of it, these contents available for everyone. Now, I'm going to use this content today and talk and relate it back to what we all are trying to do in India. So as part of the Global Trends 23, we identified 12 trends at a global level. I know the circle is very difficult to read. Let's not strain our neck to read it. I'm going to leave behind this deck later for you all to read. But what we'll do is we'll not look at all the 12 trends. We'll just look at 3 trends which are in distinct direction, but these I picked so that we can converse, 2 that we can straight away relate to, 3rd that we may not relate to direct, but it's something that we all need to be mindful of as we move forward into our businesses, primarily because these trends may not impact what you're doing today, but these trends will impact what you can do over long term. And there are a few examples that I've shown in the deck where some brilliant marketeers, some businesses, they've picked this up and then how have they kind of impacted their own business, which we all have seen, but we're just putting it back into a structure so we all can think in that direction. So the 3 trends that we're going to talk about is, one is conscientious health, second is authenticity is king, the third one is nostalgia, how nostalgia is coming back into our lives. So 3 big trends that we're going to focus on today. So let's look at the first one, conscientious health. Now, what is conscientious health and what's happening in the whole place? So this is about consumers or individuals who have there is an increasing awareness of attitude towards being healthy, towards our own well-being. So as a consumer, I am thinking a lot more about being healthier, and investing time and effort on how do I be healthy, how do I eat healthy, and how do I spend less on post-medical care but be a little more preventive in the way I think. So that's the first topic that we're going to look at. Now, there are 2 broad health-related issues, right? So one is a mental health issue, 2 is a physical health issue. So globally, the biggest strain over time is going to be around mental health, but let's keep that aside for now. So even though the first one talks about 80% of the consumers that we covered are really worried about and are focusing on mental health, but let's park that. Let's focus on the second block, which is 86% of the consumers that we went out to globally. They have this intent of saying, I need to do more to look after myself physically. So, so physically here does not mean appearance. It's about one's well-being, being healthy or leading a healthy life is what that really means. So this is a big opportunity for everybody in this room because poultry relates back to nutrition and proteins which are required for one's well-being. The third one is interesting and connected to that. Individuals want to take control on how do I be healthy. Now while there are doctors, nutritionists who tend to prescribe, but there is a big doctor called Google who's also prescribing online. So all of us tend to lean back on the internet world to do a fair bit of what we want to do ourselves. So that's another place where these 2 trends can be connected and one can reach out to consumers in that play. Now let's look at this chart which is interesting. Now what I showed to you was global, but let's see where does India fit in the whole context. Now this is again about consumers who said, I need to do more to look after myself physically. Now this seems to be a global phenomenon. We've seen this happening across all the 50 countries that we've covered. But when we look at relative ranking, India is also right up there. So globally, the highest country where consumers indicated this was in Nigeria, apparently, with 97% of them wanted to be physically fit. But India stood at 86%, ranked somewhere in the 20th or 30th. But it doesn't really matter. The point that matters is the trend that all these global consumers are converging towards, and India is not far behind. So it's definitely a trend to look for. The second one was making my own decision. Now, even here, when we look at it at a global level, it seems to be a shared desire at a global level, and India is not far behind. So 80% of consumers, 87% of consumers in India want to take control of their health. Now, are they really doing it? Are they equipped to do it? Do they have everything that they need to do it? Are questions that we all, as people who are pushing products into their lives, are the ones to decide and see how do we leverage this. But there is this mindset where consumers are open to hearing what we want to tell them. Yeah, let's put this to a little more perspective. So I just use Google Trends data to see 5 different variables. So one was how many people in India are searching for health, which is the first bar on the top in gray. So consistently people are going online in India searching around health and health related aspects. So there is a spike in that. Then the other 2 interesting ones are nutrition and protein. So look at the yellow bar and the turquoise bar at the bottom, the line there. So you see that consistently these 2 have gone up in India. So which means consumers in their mind are already thinking about health. How do I control my nutrition? What proteins should I consume? Or where do I get my protein sources from? Are an increasing need. Taking a step forward, even snacks. Okay, this again was a work that we did a couple of years back. Even snacks, which is generally believed to be unhealthy because it's deep fried and oil fried, people don't want to move away from the snacking habit, but they're looking for healthy alternatives within snacks. So it kind of relates and corroborates in the direction in which consumers are moving. So what are we doing and how do we leverage it becomes pretty important. Now let's just take a step back. I know in the first half, you all have spoken a lot about what's happening in the poultry space in India, etc. We tried connecting this back to see at a 35,000 feet level, global level, does it fall in similar trend? So while in India, there is always this consistent debate of poultry being healthy, and there's another world which may think otherwise. But globally also, the number of chickens that are being grown for consumption has rapidly increased. So by 2032, based on the FAO data, which some of us like, some of us hate, but the fact is what it says is about 85 billion chickens are going to be consumed in 2032 as compared to 0.36 million of beef and cattle or 1.5 billion of pigs. So clearly 80 times more poultry being consumed versus the next meat that's likely to be available in 2032 goes to tell a larger story. And this also is driven by the attributes of health, nutrition, protein, etc. Now, FAO data also shows a dip after 2075. Honestly, 2075 is too far, and this is a global phenomena. India will hit the roadblock, but we may hit it 20 years after 2075 in our view. Yeah, let's further connect this back. I think we were also talking about vegan when we were at lunch, Soli. Now this in my mind is a big question mark. Now, is it really going up? Is it really coming down? What's this whole vegan theory? There are 2 schools of thought here. There are a bunch of activities happening, but this interesting stats that I saw on Statista does not really show that the number of vegans have gone up drastically. While there is a shift, but it's not to the level at which it was expected to come in and amplify. So, and even again, Google Trends data on people who search for vegans. So till about COVID and say about 6-7 months post-COVID, the number of searches for vegan related food, vegan related habits peaked. But after that, it started plateauing. Now, what it means is the number of new vegan conversions or additions haven't really happened like the way it was intended to happen. So does it mean anything for us? Time is going to tell, but the trend does not show an upward sting there. Even though in India, we are seeing a bunch of activity in plant-based proteins. Again, not directly related to vegan, even a non-vegetarian can shift towards plant-based proteins. So today, I think there are more than 110 plant-based protein startups who are working in various stages, streams in India. So while it's a zone where things are happening, but again, it's still ambiguous in our mind. But all of them are betting on the conscientious health consumer trend to that effect. Yeah. Now, let's look at the second trend, which is authenticity is king. Okay. Now, what do we mean by this? So, for years, we always wanted authentic products. That story has never changed. But today, the consumer's question is not just by looking at something and assuming that this is authentic, or if you've been around for a long time, you're authentic, but it is that consistent delivery of what you're supposed to do on a quality arbitrage is super critical today. And consumers today are well aware and asking more questions about not just the product. Now, in large corporates, one of the big questions that are being asked about today is diversity, inclusion within the organization, how you're treating your workforce. Some of these in some global markets are also driving purchase from a particular brand or not. In India, we've not seen that so far, but some of these will move towards in that direction. So let's relate it back to business. So what we saw was, if brands are authentic, consumers, about half of the consumers that we polled were willing to pay a premium for the brand if the brand was able to establish authenticity in what they are doing. And consumers also feel that by being authentic, these brands can also support good cause plus make money for themselves. While this is perception, making money is what the way we all define as business owners, but consumers believe that good brands can still make money and they're willing to pay a premium. Now, is this a common trend globally? Yes and no, but it's a big trend in Asian markets, Middle East and African markets. Now, mind you, all of these are emerging markets. So all emerging markets are moving towards this trend, and India is right up there. So India is ranked second on this trend, where 78% of consumers that we reached out to in India did see this aspect of saying, look, I'm okay to pay a premium if authenticity is a stamp. So when I say stamp, it is not just a stamp on the label, but how brands behave, how do they articulate themselves, deliver value that they've been committing to, are important aspects to look at. And this has been a growing trend in India. So when we first looked at this attribute in 2013 versus now, so 2013, 63% of the consumers wanted to were willing to pay extra for a authentic brand. That has gone up to about 78%. So there's been a consistent raise in the mindset of consumers in India, and an important point to mull over. So I just looked at one of my I won't say favorite, but a brand that I've always leaned back on is Leisures, for example. And seldom, I wonder, when I order chicken on Leisures in Bangalore, they are the ones who are claiming a premium. So the highest price that I pay for if I order online is with Leisures, and they are about 16% more than Fresh to Home, which is a similar online brand. And when I compare it with local market price, they're about 40% higher. So I can understand the convenience aspect, but the remaining 16% that's being paid on top is also because of the authenticity that they've been able to stamp, the brand that they've been able to build, and the assurance that they can give on the quality of meat that comes home. I haven't seen them slip. Unlike the second brand where we've consistently ordered and we've seen them slip in terms of the quality of the meat that has landed at home, but not with Leisure. So it's a pretty important story to look at in that sense. Taking one step ahead, the third example that I put here, which is Relish as a brand, which is today owned by Zepto. While it created a consumer grid, but it also helped Zepto double the valuation. So Zepto started this only about 15 months back, and Relish gave them a valuation of about 1 billion in the next round of funding. And not just quality, but it was the stamp that they were able to put around the brand legacy and all that. Now, authenticity can also bring you down if you're not very careful about it. Two examples. One is there are a lot of social commerce that you see today. On Instagram, you see a bunch of people wanting to sell plenty of things. Now, that has not really taken off so well. There's always a mixed reaction there, primarily because people in their minds are doubtful about those brands being authentic or not. The second big example is eBay. I'm sure all of us in this room would have crossed path around eBay. They went down purely on the fact that they were not able to be very authentic to the end customers. When they put out products, they didn't know what was right, what was wrong, which one was fake, which one was not, who were genuine sellers, who were not. So which really brought them completely down. So authenticity becomes a big trend to really look forward to. The third and the last trend that I'm going to spend the next 5 minutes on is nostalgia. So basically, what is nostalgia? Can I live in a world that was true 20 years ago or 30 years ago? Is nostalgia, or can I bring back old memories into the current future? Now, this has been a great trend that we are seeing in the market, and we are seeing many brands, marketeers leverage this in their reach out to consumers, and it does impact well. Now, when we compare this with consumers, so 60% of the global consumers, they wanted their country. Now, they're not looking at themselves, but as a nation, they wanted to see the country the way it used to be in the past. So there is discontent in the way we are living today among a lot of consumers globally when it comes to the country, but they loved what it was a few years back. Same goes with India, but Asia, Africa again goes up. So even though some of the African countries tend to struggle, they're on the growth path, but they think life was far more peaceful in the previous avatar, or in the way they used to lead life in the past. Now let's look at it as an individual. In India, we saw that 41% of the consumers that we reached out to, they want to live the life that their parents lived. Now, have they seen their life? We don't know, but there is that feeling of that life was simpler. I could do a lot more of what I wanted to. So it would have been nice to live that life and not a forward-looking life. So it really talks about nostalgia. So now, how have marketeers used it? Let's look at Cadbury's, one of the largest chocolate brands. I'm sure you all have seen the new Cadbury's ad that came out a few months back, which was a reverse of what they had done 20 years ago when we were all seeing budding cricketers in India grow. So, but there was a flip to the ad. I'm not going to get too detailed into it, but the larger aspect is they brought the same tune, same memories, so you could refresh your old memories, start buying a little more than what you would normally do, was a nice way of pushing it out. And Cadbury's went one step ahead. So to celebrate their 200th anniversary, the pack that they released, India and globally, was a pack which was made in 1983 for them. So the packaging was the same. So it again gives back memory to a lot of people. I don't know how many of you remember this ad. Yeah, the OG ad where all the old, I won't say old is a wrong word to use here, but former cricketers, good ones, they were brought back to make a statement. And if you recall the ad completely talks about, do you remember us? Ask your parents to talk about us. So it's again nostalgia. They're trying to bring back memories, which is a great way of communicating back to the consumers, and consumers also want it. Is it just a India phenomena? No. Let's look at Pepsi as a brand, which all are familiar. The new logo of Pepsi, which is the one at the bottom, which was a refreshed logo of Pepsi, is the same logo that they had in 1973. They brought it back. So this is a big move at a corporate level for Pepsi to show what was happening. So I mean, we used to have this nice educational ad on eggs in India years ago. Can that come back and play an active role? I mean, it would be a brilliant thing to do. I mean, it's just a suggestion, but consumers can wake up. It can create a new buzz around it as well. So likewise, the last trend was, I don't know if Goli soda is popular in Calcutta, but it is in the southern region. There are a bunch of brands which are mushrooming around on Goli soda, not because of the product, but because of the experience of drinking it and the old memories of doing it. So with that, I come to the end of what I wanted to share with you all. The larger intent was to share a few trends that would make sense for you all. how do you use it is where one needs to spend a little more time on. And 3, invest time on researching consumers, exploring, understanding what they want, which will help change the direction which we can run our businesses. There is a copy of the whole, not just document, but all the other 12 trends available. The link will take you to all our archive files as well. So feel free to download it and use it. Thank you very much for listening to me. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Deepak. Our next and final speaker for today is Dr. Jimli Sharma, who would be speaking to us on the regulatory environment for poultry sector in India. Dr. Sharma is Joint Commissioner, Eastern Region, AQCS Kolkata, Department of Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of India. Dr. Sharma began her journey as a quarantine officer at the AQCS station in Bangalore and was responsible for setting up the working office at Kempegowda International Airport, as well as overseeing the construction and commissioning of the animal quarantine station at Hesarghata, Bangalore. Her current role positions her as a regulatory authority alongside Indian Customs to ensure national biosecurity against animal and zoonotic diseases. Her responsibilities include issuing quarantine clearance certificates for imported livestock and livestock products following the health protocols prescribed by the Government of India. Dr. Sharma is an alumna of the College of Veterinary Science, Assam Agricultural University, Guwahati. Before her tenure in government service, Dr. Sharma contributed significantly to diagnostics and research on infectious diseases of poultry and cattle at Assam Agricultural University. She further expanded her expertise by working at a veterinary vaccines manufacturing company, focusing on vaccine production, quality control, and laboratory animal management. Dr. Sharma.
Very good afternoon to everyone present here. And I would like to take the opportunity to thank the organizers, Sanjay sir and Ghosh sir, for giving me for this chance to present before an August gathering. And it's been very nice to be a part of this August gathering and listen to the previous speakers. So, I would like to, with due respect to my seniors, Sridhar sir, who was a former Secretary DAHD, Minister of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying, Government of India, eminent educationist and administrator, Shukla sir, then Saraugi sir, Singh sir, Day sir, and all the eminent speakers who have been speaking before me. I would like to start my presentation, which is probably keeping in view all the speakers. The topic that I have going to speak on will give a broader perspective. I mean, like, as we all know, we have heard all the speakers where the industry is going up to, what is the need of the hour, where we project ourselves to be. The industry has immense potential, and so this regulation or the regulatory environment for the poultry sector, this needs to be addressed properly. So this will be my what I'll be speaking about the regulatory environment. So for a better ease of understanding, I have just made it into 3 categories to cover the entire thing. About the poultry farms, wherein about the farm infrastructure, farm inputs, feed ingredients, drugs, supplements and additives. Then food of poultry origin, wherein the regulatory agencies of FSSAI comes in. Food of poultry origin, FSSAI, HACCP Codex, and trade of animal food and animal inputs, wherein One Health and pandemic preparedness. So this is the first slide, wherein I'll not like to go into more details. We are all aware about the construction or where the farm should be ideally located, the distance from the human inhabitation area, the water bodies, etc. We all are aware of. But then about the housing also, now your EC control sheds, etc. has come into play. But there are no binding guidelines as such. that it has to be regulated, but we are following to be in the part of the industry to grow as a, in this sector we need to follow whatever are the guidelines. The most importantly now actually the poultry industry has been classified as one of the most pollution generating industries. So once you start the poultry farm, you need to obtain a permission from the Central Pollution Control Board. If you are having birds of more than 5,000, you need to have an approval from them to establish and operate a poultry farm. So this has come into play. The National Green Tribunal also in the year 2020 have set up the guidelines. They've classified this industry into the orange zone, which is a highly pollution generating industry. So as poultry, being part of the poultry, as stakeholders, you must keep into this account. Though my earlier speakers have said that, poultry industry is a soft target. I mean, whatever it is, to pass on to the blame, but yes, we have to be very conscious, being a part of, being a producer or manufacturer or being in this industry, we must follow whatever we should follow. We must be binding to whatever are the regulations. Then this is about a poultry farm input, feed, ingredients, drugs and additives. So here we have two organizations, two regulatory agencies which played a role. That is Bureau of Indian Standards. Bureau of Indian Standards, they care about the animal feed that is regulated under the BIS. They have certain committees, the Food and Agriculture Department. Some FSI officials are also part of this BIS, which takes care and sets up the regulations or the standards for animal feeds. Then we have for import, manufacture, distribution and sale of drugs, including antibiotics, we have the Drugs and Cosmetic Act, which is under the Ministry of Health, regulated by an agency called CDSCO. So the much fuss about antibiotic, anti-AMR or antibiotic resistance is, it is still uncertain. We do not have proper data to support, but yes, we are using it, industry is using it for therapeutic purpose, but whether it is for, as a growth promoter and what is that's a gray area that needs more of understanding, but being a part of this, we must follow the guidelines. This organization CDSCO has, in the year 2012, they have given up these guidelines or issued this notification wherein those medicines, animals which are reared for food purpose or for the food industry, the container of that label must mention about the withdrawal periods. So we must, antibiotic usage when and where there is a need, or we have to use it, but it should be as per the instructions of the label, or we must give the proper time of withdrawal before selling it off or before putting it to the market. These regulations are set up by the agencies, but the implementation part is actually up to the stakeholders. So डब्बा में लिखा हुआ है, पढ़ लिया है, लेकिन आपने उसको यूज किया है नहीं किया है, जो withdrawal period होता है, अगर आप follow करेंगे, it is only for your own good. And regulations are, these agencies are not like a policeman or something who will come and check every step of what you are doing, but you have to be conscious and have to follow. The other part is not much in our control, whether it is a blame being put on us, whether we have some other pressures, some other things, that is a different area altogether. Then this is about the feed additives. My parent department, that is I belong to DAHD, Minister of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying. Our department takes care of the animal feed additives, premix, supplements, antibiotics, feed grade imports into India. That is regulated by our department. Many of you who are members of CLAFMA and all, you are aware of that whatever is the requirement, accordingly what is the risk associated with the premixes, additives or antibiotics for imports is regulated by our department. On and off after they, with your representations or with your request that they are processing the same and they are recommending it or they are not allowing it. So as the responsible stakeholders, it is up to you to follow whatever is being recommended by the government. It's a two-way partnership. One of my earlier speakers have already said that we have to hold each other's hands, stakeholders, and now government things are changing, it's not like the government doesn't want to promote or doesn't want to support you, but it's a two-way process. Whatever is being told to you, just follow, and whatever are your problems, your concerns, just try to come and put it to the respective government agency. Then, like I showed in my previous slide that about your container labeling, about withdrawal period and all, where the notification was issued by CDSCO and the Ministry of Health. Our ministry also issues certain directives and guidelines for this control of AMR and proper usage of antimicrobials in farm and in the farm animals. Then, as stakeholders of the poultry industry, this is a list of the acts and the notifications which will be governing each and every aspect. आप इन्हीं के दायरे में आएंगे, ये सारे जो rules है, ये promulgate DAHD के अंदर पहले जो 4 हैं, the first 4 are under DAHD, that is the Prevention and Control of Diseases, Contagious Diseases in Animals Act, then Indian Veterinary Council Act for all the veterinary related issues, Importation of Livestock and Livestock Production Act. This act regulates all the imports into India of livestock and livestock products, and the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act. This also will be, it will be regulating, some aspects will be regulated under this act. Then other rules and regulations and acts are what I have mentioned below, that is the Food and Safety Standards Act, Drugs and Cosmetic Act, which antibiotics and related issues are dealt by this act, Foreign Trade Regulation. To obtain a permission. Prior to 2020 and till recently, this was not there. Now this has been added to it. The last 3 are about your export oriented. If you want to export your product, you will be governed by under these acts: quality control of food products of animal origin, residue monitoring plan, agreement between sanitary and phytosanitary measures. These 3 are for export. Then little bit about food of animal origins quality and compliance standards. Again, BIS takes care of the meat, poultry, fish and eggs are regulated under BIS standards. Then standards related to food quality standards of milk, meat and different classes of foods. And HSCP, your hazard and analysis critical control points and all, these are under the FSSAI. That is one of my earlier speakers, Sridhar Sir, had already spoken a bit about what FSSAI is doing. So, FSSAI and Bureau of Indian Standards takes care of the thing. Codex Alimentarius Commission, this deals with the residue in the product or the contaminants levels in the product. HSCCP is when you are producing your hazard analysis critical control points, what are the checkpoints, what all you need to follow. That will be taken care by this SSCP, that is again concerned with safety of your food. APIDA and EIC, these are the 2 agencies which will help you in meeting the requirements of the importing country whenever you are exporting. So your animal products, these 2 agencies will help you in meeting the compliances of the particular country where you are intending to export. This is about the trade of live animals. So domestic trade of live animals is comparatively free. There are no much control as state-wise. There are certain permits for a butcher shop or something being issued, but there are gray areas. Those are not streamlined, and we need to come up with better regulations in that particular area. Transport of animals under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, certain conditions are being defined, but there are no restrictions on movement. During disease conditions or outbreak, bird flu आ गया, तो तभी क्या है कि आपका prevention of and control of infectious diseases in animal act लागू हो जाता है. तो एक state से दूसरे state में जाने के लिए there are certain restrictions wherein you will have to obtain permissions or you will have to probably go through the quarantine check posts. ये अपने अपने state के मतलब अंदर आता है. Every state जो animal husbandry authority है, they take up this issue. वो ट्रांसपोर्ट में बैन हो जाता है जब भी आपका कोई इन्फेक्शियस डिजीज मोस्टली बर्ड फ्लू या जो भी ह्यूमन या एनिमल हेल्थ को अफेक्ट करेगा तभी ये आ जाता है. फिर क्रॉस बॉर्डर ट्रेड ऑफ पोल्ट्री, जब भी आप इंपोर्ट करेंगे, मोस्टली आपका क्रॉस बॉर्डर ट्रेड इज गाइडेड अंडर द लाइवस्टॉक इंपोर्टेशन एक्ट, गवर्नड बाय द लाइवस्टॉक इंपोर्टेशन एक्ट. इसमें आपका पोल्ट्री में मोस्टली आपका डे ओल्ड चिक्स ऑफ ग्रैंड पेरेंट, मोस्टली जो पोल्ट्री के जायंट्स है, दे import the GP stock. So import के लिए आपको इंपोर्टेशन एक्ट के अंदर में आपको एक परमिशन लेना पड़ेगा. और मैं यहीं पे आपको बता दूं कि लाइव एनिमल्स, कोई भी लाइव एनिमल्स आप इंपोर्ट करेंगे दैट इज गवर्नड अंडर DGFT लाइसेंस. You will have to obtain a license from Director General of Foreign Trade under Ministry of Commerce. But एक रिलैक्सेशन यहाँ दिया गया है, आपको DGFT का परमिशन नहीं चाहिए फॉर ग्रैंड पेरेंट GP चिक्स. उसके लिए आपको चाहिए होगा एक सैनिटरी इंपोर्ट परमिट, जो कि हमारा मंत्रालय इशू करता है, दैट इज मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फिशरीज, एनिमल हस्बेंड्री एंड डेयरिंग. और वो सैनिटरी इंपोर्ट परमिट में आपको सब कुछ आपको अप्लाई करना पड़ेगा. आप कहाँ से ला रहे हैं, क्या लाएंगे, अकॉर्डिंगली आपको इशू किया जाएगा. और आपको परमिट में जो मिलता है, वॉट एवर द हेल्थ कंडीशंस दैट यू गेट इन द परमिट, दैट हैज टू बी कंप्लाइड बाय द ऑफिशियल अथॉरिटीज ऑफ द एक्सपोर्टिंग कंट्री. Suppose you want to import chicks from US or Europe, so whichever country you're importing from, जो आपको सेंट्री इंपोर्ट परमिट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया देगा, उसको आपको कंप्लाई करके वहाँ से हेल्थ कंडीशंस, तभी आप लाएंगे चिक्स के साथ, तभी आपको वो अलाउ करेंगे गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया. So और GP चिक्स के अलावा मोस्टली सम पेट्स आर बीइंग इम्पोर्टेड एज, अदरवाइज जो आपका जू में बर्ड्स वगैरह है वही इम्पोर्ट देखा गया है आपका मतलब पोल्ट्री सेक्टर में. फिर जैसे मैं आपको बता चुकी हूँ, ऑल क्रॉस इम्पोर्ट दिस थिंग इज अंडर द लाइवस्टॉक इंपोर्टेशन एक्ट. और GP के अलावा, GP चिक्स के अलावा कोई भी एनिमल होगा आपको चाहिए होगा लाइसेंस फ्रॉम DGFT. दिस इज अबाउट ट्रेड ऑफ फूड ऑफ पोल्ट्री ओरिजिन. यहाँ पे दिस इंटरस्टेट trade of poultry and poultry product is free across India. There are no binding guidelines as of now. Maybe in future we may expect, as we grow, as the infections and diseases loom over us, as there is a global more standards, as animal health welfare issues comes up, probably we can expect more in this area also for domestic trade. आप जितना अपना कंप्लायंस रखेंगे, रेगुलेटरी अफेयर्स का आपका जो भी रिक्वायरमेंट्स है पूरा रखेंगे, the easier it will be to comply to whatever new guidelines comes in. During special circumstances like disease outbreak, जो मैं पहले बता चुकी हूँ, I've already explained, district state administration authorities के पास ये power है under the Prevention of Diseases Act, Infectious Diseases and Contagious Diseases Act के तहत ये कर्व कर सकता है. आपका ट्रेड में फिर हैम्पर हो जाएगा, या एनिमल मूवमेंट के ऊपर, या कोई भी उनका लोकल जो भी अथॉरिटीज है, दे आर एम्पावर्ड टू टेक डिसीजंस रिगार्डिंग दिस. Cross-border trade of poultry products is again under the domain of our ministry, DAHD and FSSAI. DAHD stipulates the health-related requirements, कि आपका कौन सा disease free होना है, क्या वैक्सीन लग के आना है, all those things will be given by our ministry, and FSSAI will give the quality standards, कि आपका क्या parameters उसमें होना है, कितना moisture content, कितना protein, कितना residue का content होना है, nutritional requirements, all those things will be given by FSSAI as per their standards. फिर मैं आपको पहले बता चुकी हूँ कि every import of products which are of high risk category, जैसे पोल्ट्री मीट हो गया, अंडा हो गया, ये सब में डिजीज रिस्क रहेगा. डिजीज जहाँ से आ रहा है वहाँ से भी लेके कौन सा प्रोडक्ट है, कोई पर्टिकुलर डिजीज जिस कंट्री में नहीं है वहाँ से वो डिजीज नहीं चाहिए होगा. मतलब सपोज बर्ड फ्लू एक एरिया में नहीं है, एक कंट्री में नहीं है, सो मे बी दे मे नॉट गिव यू द रिक्वायरमेंट, और दे मे गिव यू और एनी अदर डिजीज. सो दैट विल डिपेंड ऑन विच कंट्री यू आर इम्पोर्टिंग फ्रॉम एंड व्हाट इज द प्रोडक्ट दैट यू आर इम्पोर्टिंग. देयर इज अ रिस्क असेसमेंट कमिटी इन आवर डिपार्टमेंट इन दिल्ली, ट्रेड डिपार्टमेंट, ट्रेड डिवीजन. They will take care of this. Before issuing you the sanitary import permit, your request, your application will be processed, and then only they will be issuing you. And issue करने में आपको सारे requirements दिया जाएगा, प्री इम्पोर्ट, पोस्ट इम्पोर्ट जो भी होगा एसोसिएटेड है, ताकि आप आयात निर्यात के दौरान ड्यूरिंग ट्रेड ऑफ लाइव स्टॉक और द प्रोडक्ट्स यू डू नॉट ब्रिंग इन एनी डिजीजेज. तो इंडिया जो डिजीजेज से फ्री है, हम चाहेंगे कि वो फ्री ही रहे. आपके ट्रेड के, आपके आयात निर्यात के दौरान आप जो भी चीज़ ला रहे हैं, जो भी लाइव स्टॉक या प्रोडक्ट ला रहे हैं, उसके थ्रू कोई भी डिजीज ना आए. और ऑल क्रॉस बॉर्डर इंपोर्ट मैं आपको पहले बता चुकी हूँ, इज अगेन अंडर दिस लाइव स्टॉक इंपोर्टेशन एक्ट. This is a picture of what our website looks like when you apply for a sanitary import permit. कल को अगर आप में से कोई भी GP चिक्स लाना चाहेंगे या कोई प्रोडक्ट लाना है, मीट लाना है, कुछ भी, any value added products, you will have to apply for a sanitary import permit. So for that you have to visit the website. It's all online now. Thanks to the government who are becoming more and more digitally empowered and using everything to get digitalized. So आपको online apply करना पड़ेगा. It is a little time consuming excuse me, क्योंकि आपका एप्लीकेशन जाने के बाद वो प्रोसेस होगा. तो आई थिंक द कमिटी सिट्स वंस इन एवरी 15 days and all the applications they receive from the entire country, they take it and they process it, they scrutinize it and process it and then they issue the SIP. तो आप ऑनलाइन अप्लाई करेंगे और आपका एप्लीकेशन प्रोसेस होगा हेड ऑफिस में, ट्रेड डिवीजन में, और उसके बाद अगर आपका अप्रूवल मिल जाता है आपको ऑनलाइन ही उसका आ जाएगा. SIP विल गिव यू ऑल द डिटेल्स, जो भी क्या प्रोडक्ट है, कौन सा कंट्री से आ रहा है, क्या है, एंड मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंटली द हेल्थ पार्ट, व्हाट गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया नीड्स. आपका प्रोडक्ट आएगा, मीट आएगा, एग आएगा, उसके साथ बीमारी नहीं आ रहा है, ये सेफ है, ऑल दिस पैरामीटर्स विल बी मेंशन इन द परमिट. एंड आपको परमिट मिलते ही आप क्या करेंगे, व्हाट विल यू डू इज यू विल इमीडिएटली सेंड इट टू द कंट्री. आप यू वांट टू इंपोर्ट इट फ्रॉम US, you will send it to the buyer in US and he will get it complied from the authorities in US. So trade or certification is always from G to G, government to government. ये कोई private इसमें रोल नहीं है यहाँ का. तो वहाँ पे जो US का आपका सप्लायर होगा या जो भी है who is exporting to you, the exporter, he will get it complied and he will forward it to us, to you, and you will submit it on arrival, or when you want to, the import process starts, you will submit it to us. And this is about the export of live birds and poultry products. Export of live birds and products are as per the international trade guidelines, that is as per the WOAH, OA, earlier it was known as OIE, Office International Activities. So इसके तहत क्या है कि the official authority और जो भी आपका इंडिया का नोडल एजेंसी है, ऑफिशियल अथॉरिटी है, that is DAHD, हमारा पेरेंट डिपार्टमेंट, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फिशरीज एनिमल हस्बेंड्री एंड डेयरिंग के अंदर. और यहाँ पे जो आपका टेरेस्ट्रियल एनिमल हेल्थ कोड के अंदर चैप्टर 5.2 और 5.2.1 एंड 5.2.4 है, that mentions that the official veterinarian is the one who is authorized to certify the export of the health part of the export certification. So इसके तहत, going by this definition, it is the AQCS, that is the Animal Quarantine and Certification Services, who takes care of the export certification. इसमें भी आपको बताना पड़ेगा. यहाँ पे क्या है कि when you are exporting, import के दौरान मैंने आपको बताया you have to obtain a SIP from Government of India, क्योंकि जब आप ला रहे हैं तो हमारा कंट्री का रिक्वायरमेंट होगा, इंडिया का जो रिक्वायरमेंट है. जब आप एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं तो वो कंट्री का रिक्वायरमेंट होगा जहाँ पे आप भेज रहे हैं. तो when you come to us, we'll ask you what are the requirements of that particular country, health requirements, and accordingly Government of India has to comply. So as a exporter, आप हमको बताएंगे, आप एक रिक्वेस्ट भी करेंगे हमको आपको क्या करना चाहिए, then you'll comply all other applicable rules. कोई और भी एजेंसी से क्लियरेंस लेना है, और आपका टेस्टिंग होगा, या आपका लाइव एनिमल है तो वैक्सीनेशन का कुछ है, प्रोडक्ट है तो आपका उसमें टेस्टिंग करना है, वॉट एवर इट इज़, या क्वारंटाइन करना है, यू हैव टू गो थ्रू ऑल द प्रोसेस, कंप्लाई, एंड देन वी इशू द एक्सपोर्ट हेल्थ सर्टिफिकेट. और यहाँ पे एक पॉइंट इंपॉर्टेंट है कि एक्सपोर्ट हेल्थ सर्टिफिकेशन आपका हमेशा माल जब आपका शिपमेंट जाता नहीं है, व्हेन इट इज़ डन प्रायर टू द शिपमेंट लीविंग द कंट्री. तो अगर आपका शिपमेंट आज जा रहा है तो एट मैक्स यू कैन ऑब्टेन इट टुडे, नॉट अ डे लेटर. सो इट इज दैट सिंपली दैट सर्टिफिकेशन कैन नॉट बी डन वंस द गुड्स लीव द कंट्री. सो यू हैव टू गेट. कई बार हमने देखा है अपने सर्विस कैरियर में 10 साल से ज़्यादा जो हमने सर्व किया है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को, कि लोग भेज देते हैं. कई बार पीपल आर नॉट अवेयर रेगुलेशंस क्या है, एंड इट हैज़ गॉन एंड इट इज स्टक इन द पर्टिकुलर कंट्री, क्योंकि आपने भेज दिया, जर्मनी में भेज दिया, US में भेज दिया, वो लोग तो एंट्री नहीं देंगे. इंडिया से एक्सपोर्ट हो गया बहुत इजीली, वहाँ पे आपका माल अटक गया है, कंसाइनमेंट इज स्टक, यू हैव पेड द मनी, सो यू आर एट अ लॉस नाउ. देन यू कम रनिंग, देन यू कम एंड से मैडम वी वर नॉट अवेयर, दैट वी कैनॉट हेल्प यू बिकॉज वी कैनॉट डू एनी सर्टिफिकेशन. व्हेन योर गुड्स हैव लेफ्ट द शोर्स, सामान जा चुका है, तो हम कहाँ से आपको सर्टिफिकेट दे पाएंगे. सो दैट यू हैव टू कीप इन माइंड. सो जस्ट बिफोर एनी प्लानिंग, आपको कुछ एक्सपोर्ट करना है, फाइंड आउट एवरीथिंग इज नाउ जस्ट अ क्लिक अवे. Find out, do your homework, and then you start planning. Before making any commitments, business commitments, find out what are the requirements. कि आप अगर कहीं regulatory requirements comply नहीं करेंगे, तो there is every possibility that your goods will not be cleared and you will be at a loss. And the reputation of the country also is at stake. Then coming to the point wherein earlier, at least 6-7 years earlier, जब भी बर्ड फ्लू होगा, बर्ड फ्लू होने से क्या है, कश्मीर में बर्ड फ्लू डिटेक्ट हो गया, आप कहीं से भी, कन्याकुमारी से भी माल नहीं भेज पाएंगे, यू कैन नॉट एक्सपोर्ट, सिंपली बिकॉज इट इज रिजेक्टेड, कंट्री में वाइड बैन लग गया. So to support the poultry industry, Government of India has come up to meet the directives and the instructions of OIE, WOAH, wherein they have made provisions, special provisions wherein you can make compartmentalization. You can go for zones and areas to make disease-free compartments. एक एनिमल पॉपुलेशन एक एरिया में एक एस्टैब्लिशमेंट या जो भी है, आपको उसको बायोसिक्योरिटी ऐसा रखना है या आपको जो फॉलो करना है एनिमल हस्बेंड्री प्रैक्टिसेस, बायोसिक्योरिटी मेजर्स, एवरीथिंग टू कीप दैट एरिया फ्री फ्रॉम एनी डिजीजेस और इवन बर्ड फ्लू, सो दैट अगर आसपास में भी कहीं डिजीज आउटब्रेक हो गया है, आपका एक्सपोर्ट ना रोके. You can keep on exporting. So you must make use of this provision, and those of you who want to export, definitely you need it. And अगर आप compartmentalization कर लेते हैं, तो it is only for your own benefit. Maybe not now, but sometime down the line you will be benefited. This is a little bit about what is the process, excuse me, of compartmentalization. आप अगर सोचते हैं, if you wish you want to make your farm or your establishment free, AI free compartment बनाना चाहते हैं, तो आपको पहले क्या करना पड़ेगा? You have to inform your state animal husbandry department in writing, and there they will send their officials to inspect your establishment. Upon satisfaction, they will recommend it to the central government. Central government will process your application, the recommendation of the state government, and then they will depute a central team to come and visit your establishment. The central team will come and visit, and upon the visit, after they are satisfied, after a thorough inspection of all your processes and documents, etc., they will submit a report to central government again, that is DAHD, Minister of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying. Then, after this receipt of the successful report, they will declare or they will give you a AI-free status to the establishment. And again, that establishment, वहीं पे काम खत्म नहीं हो जाता है. Regularly, after gaining that status of AI-free, the state authorities will come and inspect. They will do the needful sampling लेना है, 1 किलोमीटर के अंदर का birds का लेना है, whatever. There is a protocol to that, so that will be followed. And then they will be submitting reports on regular intervals. And your AI-free status is maintained. और this is again renewed every 3 years. So अगर आपका 3 साल हो चुका है, so there will be again inspection to renew your AI-free status. So then you are free to export from your AI-free compartments. A little bit about the emerging scenarios. What can be expected? I do not want to speak more about that. My earlier speakers have already told you, you are aware about where you stand, where the industry stands, how big is the industry, what are the future perspectives of this industry. तो इसको लेके, but disease, and again, you know, One Health का जो concept अभी आया है, आप लोगों को मालूम है, हमारा health, humans का, animals का, और जो environment है, it is so closely intricated and so dependent on each other. COVID-19 के बाद, I actually work for the Animal Quarantine and Certification Services. तो my designation earlier was quarantine officer. तो मुझे बताना पड़ता था लोगों को कि क्वारंटाइन क्या है, ऑफिसर क्या है. I mean, लोगों को ये समझ नहीं आती थी. After the COVID-19 pandemic, everybody is now aware of. तो कोविड एक तरह से जो जितना भी हमको हानि किया है, थोड़ा सा ये भी किया है कि people are aware. Now they know what is, you know, quarantine, what is the biosecurity. Everybody knows now. तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने भी अभी किया है कि टू कीप एट पार विद द ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड एंड टू प्रमोट द इंडस्ट्री, नॉट ओनली द पोल्ट्री, ऑल द लाइवस्टॉक रिलेटेड इंडस्ट्रीज, दे आर कमिंग अप विद सर्टेन पैंडेमिक प्रिपेयर्डनेस एंड सर्टेन, यू नो, एनिमल हेल्थ सिस्टम सपोर्ट फॉर वन हेल्थ, AHSSOH. इसमें इसके तहत वर्ल्ड बैंक के तहत में दे हैव गॉट certain funds, and on pilot basis they are implementing this in 5 states about, you know, this One Health processes, trying to strengthen the veterinary services, give infrastructure, lab वगैरह को develop करना. फिर zoonosis का जो diseases है उसके तहत भी they are spending to gain the whatever they want to achieve, that is to mitigate diseases and improve the entire मतलब animal veterinary sector. And again, these are interdependent, veterinary sector and human health and environment. So Government of India is taking up this initiative to do away with all the diseases and to follow the world standard. They are trying to improving this pandemic preparedness through this One Health initiative. We have to stay updated with the leading economies, trade compliance in line with global One Health directives. तो ये तो बहुत ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि हमें इंडिया, अभी देखिए, इंडिया इज़ ओनली ग्रोइंग एंड इंडिया इज़ शाइनिंग, इंडिया इज़ ग्रोइंग. पोल्ट्री सेक्टर तो आपको बोलने का ज़रूरत नहीं है, यू नो वेयर वी स्टैंड. सो वी नीड टू, हमें एक होलिस्टिक अप्रोच करके चलना पड़ेगा, द ऑल राउंड डेवलपमेंट ऑफ द इंडस्ट्री. एंड आई थिंक वन ऑफ द की प्लेयर्स इन दिस इज रेगुलेटरी अफेयर्स. आप जितना प्रतिबंध होंगे, कमिटेड होंगे, उतना ही आपके लिए अच्छा रहेगा. DASD is working in collaboration with the Office of the Principal Scientific Advisor on the project of pandemic preparedness under the platform of National One Health Mission, NOHM. ये भी initiatives हमारा ministry ले रही है. This is again aimed at improving prediction, preparedness, prevention and control capabilities in case of infectious disease outbreak. आप सबको मालूम है, आप सब लोग भुगत चुके हैं about AI, bird flu. So ये सब ना हो, one of the earlier speakers has already spoken about it. अब आजकल कम हो गया है, वी ऑल नो पहले के तहत, बट हमें और भी काम करना है, सरकार को और स्टेक होल्डर्स को, सबको. ऑल वी आर ऑल साइड्स ऑफ द बोथ सेम कॉइन. तो हमें एक दूसरे का साथ लेके ही चलना पड़ेगा. एंड दैट फैक्टर ऑफ फेट एंड ट्रस्ट, दैट हैज टू बी टेकन केयर ऑफ. Coming almost towards the end of my presentation, I'm reaching almost towards the end side. These are a little bit about the challenges and the solutions. ये challenges and solutions I could relate to the previous speakers also. Lack of awareness. Stakeholders are not aware about procedures. आप सब लोगों को कई बार क्या है कि you are not aware of the procedures and you are थोड़ा सा जो है ना, now government is actually, I told you, they're already, everything is just a click away. So just try to find out. किसी को फोन करना है, फोन उठा के पूछ लीजिए. मेल करना है, कोई भी रेगुलेटरी ऑफिसर है या रेगुलेटरी एजेंसी है, किसी बीच वाले के बात मत सुनिए, क्योंकि कई बार क्या होता है ना, वर्ड ऑफ माउथ, एंड दिस इज वेरी स्ट्रिक्ट, यू डू नॉट गेट, दे डू नॉट गिव यू. मेरे साथ कई बार ऐसा हुआ है. देर आर सर्टेन पीपल, certain doubts or what kind of things they will go and spread a wrong message, you don't know. When you come and meet and you find it's very smooth, everything is very clear. So just don't go by the word of mouth. कोई किसी ने ऐसा बोल दिया, अरे CPCB पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड वाले ऐसे है वैसे, नो. आप अपना फोन उठाइए, कोऑर्डिनेशन करिए, उनके साथ मेल करिए, रिपोर्ट नहीं मिल रहा तो चले जाइए, गो एंड मीट एंड फाइंड आउट, स्टे अपडेटेड, अवेयरनेस लाइए, वो करिए. मोर अवेयरनेस कैंपेन्स एट वेरियस लेवल्स ऑल्सो इज नीडेड. जो भी स्टेक होल्डर्स है, देर आर मल्टीपल स्टेक होल्डर्स, सो उसके तहत अवेयरनेस कैंपेन्स का जरूरत है. Involvement of multiple regulatory agencies. This is again a challenge because I have mentioned so many agencies, FSSAI, DAHD, CDSCO, and you name it, so many organizations. So आपस में हम लोगों को भी, all the stakeholders, the regulatory agencies also need to meet regularly or need to interact. Or अगर there is a common platform, which can be made by, maintained by maybe the government or maybe your private agencies, some committees, your poultry forums, somebody can maintain, wherein all these regulatory requirements or the agencies can be brought together. That will be helpful for the industry as a whole. I mean, you can think about in this line, going down maybe 5-10 years, that will be the requirement. India production बढ़ रहा है, there's only a prediction that it's growing, poultry sector is growing 7 to 8% every year. Domestic requirement के बाद export का market खुलने का तो अभी खुल ही चुका है. So you have to be more and more compliant and you have to make things easier. और हर चीज़ आप गवर्नमेंट के ऊपर डिपेंड भी नहीं कर सकते हैं, ब्लेम भी नहीं कर सकते हैं, आप अपना रोल भी प्ले करना पड़ेगा. Yes, now we are all very supportive. Government agencies are very supportive and it is very, everything is just a click away. So please make use of that. Lack of commitment to be compliant, to become compliant. This is a major issue. I have also seen there, कई बार it is not, you don't have the will sometimes. I'm not talking about everybody, but out of 10, maybe 2 or 3 people are like that. So for those 2 or 3, the entire 7 or 8 who are compliant bears the brunt. So try to be compliant and try to help each other. आप लोग अपना एक जो आपका कमिटमेंट है अपने लिए ही, एंटीबायोटिक AMR का कितना बात हो रहा है, आपका डब्बे में लिख के भी आ रहा है विड्रॉल पीरियड, आप कर रहे हैं नहीं कर रहे हैं, उसके लिए तो कोई बैठेगा नहीं, गवर्नमेंट, नीदर गवर्नमेंट नॉट यू, इट इज यू हु हैज टू कॉन्शियसली फॉलो दैट. यस, विड्रॉल पीरियड आप कर रहे हैं नहीं कर रहे हैं. सो ऑल दोज थिंग्स, छोटे छोटे चीज ऑन पेपर इट इज देयर, बट यू हैव टू बी एक्चुअली इन ट्रू लेटर एंड स्पिरिट. फार्म में हम इंस्पेक्शन में कई बार जाते हैं तो उसमें ब्लैक एंड व्हाइट में सब कुछ है, बट in true sense you are following it or not. We are inspecting agency or government is coming on or a regulatory agency, आपको एक दिन बोल के चले जाएंगे, 364 days you have to follow. आप करेंगे तो आपको अपने आप उसका नतीजा मिलेगा, नहीं करेंगे तो भी उसका नतीजा मिलेगा. Better to be compliant, better to follow all the rules and the industry will reach heights. थर्ड है अभी अंडों में प्रोडक्शन में, फिफ्थ इन मे बी मीट. वाई डोंट वी सी इंडिया विच इज ऑन टॉप? थोड़ा सा जो रेगुलेशन है आपका उसमें प्रोडक्शन है, जो रूल्स है, जो एनिमल हस्बेंड्री बेस्ट प्रिंसिपल्स है, बायोसिक्योरिटी है, यू हैव टू, that is the need of the hour. Consumer awareness about safety standards and concerns of public health. Stakeholders adhere to standards and compliances. ये तो होना ही पड़ेगा, मैं ऑलरेडी बता चुकी हूँ. And government to focus on regulatory mechanism, encouraging regulatory mechanism and encourage proper implementation of One Health initiatives. This is the government part. Again, yes, government also needs to do their part. As stakeholders, you have to do your part. This is about our my department about animal quarantine certification services. आपको बता दूं कि आपको आयात निर्यात के लिए for any export and import of animal and animal products you have to take help of our agency, our organization. ये 6 जगहों पे है as of now: Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, Kolkata, Hyderabad and Bangalore. So all these offices are well equipped, well trained. You approach them by mail, by phone, whatever. If you want to drop in and find out what are the requirements. We are ever ready to help you. ये AQCS के बारे में थोड़ा सा मैं आपको बता दूं कि what we are doing. कभी आपको हमारी ज़रूरत पड़े तो we are always there to help you out. हमारा मेन काम है we are to implement the Livestock Importation Act 1898 as amended in 2001 कि ट्रेड के दौरान, आयात निर्यात के दौरान कोई भी बीमारी ना आए. We do not want, yes, we want trade, we want revenue to come in, we will support trade, but we don't want any disease to come in. Any disease that comes in, to control and eradicate that is huge. Expenses से लेके manpower से लेके, I mean the after effect of that is huge. कोरोना ने हमको दिखा दिया, COVID-19 ने दिखा दिया है. So अगर to stop, शुरू में ही अगर हम उसको रोक सकेंगे तो that is very wise prevention of any disease. So that government takes care of that. फिर AQCS आपका हमारा organization क्या करता है? It facilitates livestock and livestock products import. So whatever is there, import के बाद भी जो आपका क्वारंटाइन है, लाइव एनिमल्स आ गया तो आपको मैंने पहले बता चुकी हूँ, आपको SIP मिलेगा या DGFT का लाइसेंस मिलेगा. उसमें जो प्रोटोकॉल है दैट इज प्री डिफाइंड और प्री स्टिपुलेटेड बाय गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, वी हेल्प इन फॉलोइंग देम. अगर आपका क्वारंटाइन है तो 30 days है, 15 days है, वॉट एवर इज स्पेसिफाइड, वी विल कीप योर एनिमल और द प्रोडक्ट अंडर क्वारंटाइन. नेसेसरी टेस्टिंग हो गया, जो भी है रिलेटेड, वी विल डू इट, इंस्पेक्शन, टेस्टिंग, एवरीथिंग, एंड देन ओनली वी आफ्टर फाइंडिंग ऑल द रिपोर्ट्स वी क्लियर योर शिपमेंट. देन अगर इसी के दौरान, क्वारंटाइन के दौरान कोई भी बीमारी पाया गया है, इट इज़ द ड्यूटी ऑफ आवर ऑर्गेनाइजेशन टू स्टॉप इट राइट अवे. I mean, we have to cull those animals or we have to destroy those products scientifically as per the protocol, so that जो भी detect हुआ है, we do not spread it. We have to stop or mitigate the disease there itself. AQCS also facilitates export of livestock and livestock products and carries out all the export-related procedures as per the requirement of the importing country. Then, like I mentioned to you about your compartmentalization, so whenever a central team comes in, to AQCS, the regional AQCS officer, whoever is the JC or DC, whoever is the officer, they are a member of that central team. So under AQCS Kolkata, whenever there is any compartmentalization, the officer out here, posted out here, will be a part of the central team. Here in our region, eastern region, we have only one compartment as of now. That is Mr. Ovo Farms. I think we had a speaker, we had the representative who spoke in the morning hours. Then AQCS, whenever there are any diseases, the AQCS officer who is posted in a particular region, they act as the central observer and helps the state or the union territory, assist the state or the union territory in controlling that spread of that disease. So bird flu के outbreak में होगा, जो भी होगा, तो the officer, AQCS office is nominated to the state to help the state in controlling the disease. Lastly, these are the conclusions. Actually, थोड़ा बहुत conclusion में आपको बोलते बोलते I have already been concluding, but to summarize, to sum up, proactive engagement directly with the right governing agency, online, offline. मैंने आपको already बता चुकी हूँ कि आपको जो भी regulatory agency है, आपका pollution control board, CDSC, जहाँ पे भी है, website में जाइए, ढूंढ लीजिए, mail करिए, phone करिए. कोई अभी government is very proactive and all the agencies have their own mandate. पब्लिक को जो भी रिस्पॉन्स देना है विद इन अ डे या 2, जो भी है, आप उसको लिखिए. नहीं हो रहा है तो आप चले जाइए, वॉक इन, मीट एंड फाइंड आउट. आपका ज़रूरत है, सरकार खड़ी है, वहाँ अवेलेबल है, जाके आपका काम निकाल लीजिए. फिर इन्वेस्टमेंट इन रिसोर्सेज, ट्रेनिंग एंड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर to meet evolving regulatory requirements and industry standards. This is very important. आपको तो थोड़ा बहुत one of my earlier speaker have already spoken about R&D and all those आप invest कर रहे हैं नहीं कर रहे हैं तो that आपको जहाँ पे इन्वेस्टमेंट करना है आपको करना पड़ेगा. अगर आपको रहना है इस इंडस्ट्री में रहना है आपको अप टू द मार्क आपका जो एक्सपेक्टेशंस है उसको फुलफिल करना है तो यू हैव टू इन्वेस्ट वेयर यू नीड टू. एटलीस्ट आपका रेगुलेटरी जो भी आपका रेगुलेटरी से रिलेटेड चीज़ें हैं इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है ट्रेनिंग्स है जो भी है आपको उसमें इन्वेस्ट करना पड़ेगा. आपको स्टैंडर्ड्स में रहना पड़ेगा. फिर पीरियोडिक ऑडिटिंग ऑफ ऑल SOPs आपको स्टैंडर्ड ऑपरेटिंग प्रोसीजर्स बनाना पड़ेगा आपके लेवल पे जो आपका एस्टेब्लिशमेंट उसके लिए और उसको बना के छोड़ मत दीजिए. उसको रिव्यू करिए उसको हर 2 या 3 साल में ऑडिट करिए बिकॉज चेंज इज नाउ इट इज एवरीथिंग इज ग्रोइंग सो फास्ट थिंग्स आर इवॉल्विंग. तो आप उसको भी रिव्यू करिए. कुछ उसमें ओमिट करना है कुछ ऐड करना है टेक इट अप टू यू एंड डू दैट. Knowledge updation in anticipation of more compliances in near future. Continuous education programs should be implemented at all levels of the poultry industry. This is also a very important point. आप अपने आप को अपडेटेड रखिए नॉलेज को अपडेटेड रखिए और कंटिन्यूस एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम्स हर एक लेवल पे आपका जो फार्म में काम करता है उसके लिए भी इनफैक्ट जो आपका लेबरर्स है डेली उसके लिए भी और बाकी लेवल में जितने भी स्तर है ऑल द लेवल्स प्लीज कीप कंटिन्यूस एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम्स एंड प्लीज उसको ऐसे ही मत रखिए कंटिन्यूस कंप्लायंस इन ट्रू लेटर एंड स्पिरिट. मतलब वो लिख के मत रख दीजिए फाइल पूरा करके मत रख दीजिए. फाइल में जो लिखा है एक्चुअली उसको लागू में लाना है. And I have already mentioned that nowadays government is very helpful. तो please वो notions मत रखिए कि नहीं वहाँ से कुछ help नहीं मिलता है और बात सुने हुए बातों पे मत यकीन करिए. And अगर आप लोगों में से किसी ने you are all connected with WhatsApp groups etc. किसी ने जाके किसी एक ऑफिस से कुछ हेल्प मिला है उसको अपने तक मत रखिए शेयर करिए so that you know somebody else wants to follow they will do it. Now use the gadgets use the technology for your own betterment and that's all. I think whatever possible I knew about the, you know there are multiple stakeholders so मैं शायद सब कुछ हो सकता है ऐड नहीं कर पाई हूँ about the regulations but whatever is there whatever I could do my best I try to do justice in this minimum 25 minutes of time allotted to me. So I am available. I'm posted at AQCS Kolkata. Our office is just near the airport. So any help you want, I am always reachable. AQCS Kolkata is always there to help you and guide you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jibli. I now would invite Professor Shukla for the concluding address. Professor Shukla is Professor and Head Department of Poultry Science, Tuvasu Mathura. He is former Joint Commissioner Poultry, Government of India in the Ministry of Agriculture, Department of Fisheries and Animal Husbandry and Dairying, and has played crucial role in the policy, planning and program implementation, especially in the poultry sector. He is a graduate of Veterinary College, Jabalpur. Awarded with numerous prestigious awards and honors, Professor Shukla is a distinguished fellow of the National Academy of Veterinary Sciences. He has authored several policy papers and status papers. Presently, he is engaged in research and education management in veterinary science and providing leadership for overall poultry development. Plus, he is a mentor for these conclaves since its inception. And so thank you for that as well, sir. Your concluding address, please.
Thank you so much for acceding to our request. In fact, initially we planned to have some question answer session and panel discussion. But right now, I think we should go in that mode. If somebody is having any question to our speakers, they are available with us. So if anybody is having any questions to our speakers, they can ask. Yeah. Hope one or two, not a bunch of questions. And
Question to Dr. Sharma. Doc, all the imported animal feed supplements are regulated by DHD and CDSCO. Those animal feed supplements which are produced by Indian pharmaceutical companies, do you have any regulation for them? They are freely being produced, and all those products which are even heavily consumed into human sector, including amoxicillin, including azithromycin, including doxycycline, including all those products which are heavily used in the human sector, are being sold as animal feed supplement because we have no regulation in India for animal feed supplements. So you are tracking only the imported portion of the animal feed supplement, and the list is coming out from DHT. But human pharma industry, such a biggest pharma industry in the world, third largest or second largest, where all the antibiotics come into an active farm from various sources, they get diluted into a feed supplement grade product and available at farm level in every zone and every state. Why we do not have at least a regulatory provision or endorsement provision by DHD? Even if I'm Indian producer, I must go and submit a dossier to the DHD. Yeah, I have a product like this. Can I sell it into animal industry or not? This problem is going on since 30, 40 years. So one side we are talking about one health. The other side is 90% of health is ignored. Only 10% products are covered. How do we deal with such situation? So my recommendation was to the DHD and CDSCO, at least get the dossiers from the local manufacturers. I produce such and such, and because animal feed supplement doesn't need license. Only drugs need license of productions. So drugs, you can mention that the withdrawal period, uses, guidelines, doses, all the guidelines can be endorsed. Animal feed supplement have no guidelines in India. So as 19,000 pharmaceutical companies, out of that 40% companies have animal health division. And I can tell you that if you Google yourself, you were telling that today everything is available on a touch of button. You will find every antibiotic which is being used in human is easily available for animal feed consumption. Whereas an importer product is controlled. Only you have got 40 products or 50 products to be cleared. How do we deal with this dichotomy in our country?
उसी को दे दीजिए.
Thank you, Singh sir, for an important question that you have raised. Well, yes, I am aware that only Government of India, our ministry, that is DHD, Minister of Fishery and Animal Husbandry and Dairying, is trying to regulate imports, but there are no rules as such or no laws regulating the domestic production. Many a times there are importers who came to my office, they also have apprised me of the same. But I think that this needs to be addressed, and probably industry can take up this issue, and as in a platform, maybe CLFMA, CLAFMA, or what other organizations that you have, instead of going one each, you can probably give a representation. And Shukla sir is here, Sridhar sir is here, we all can maybe, if required, give a suggestion, because that needs to be regulated. And like I heard you speaking, antibiotics for human usage is over the counter, OTC now, you can go and buy it. So those things, there are so many gray areas, and blaming the poultry industry for the AMR is simply like, blaming them. Jo soft target hai, isi ko hi blame kar do. That I also am aware of the situation. We need to address this. Maybe aap log agar industry ke aur se ek representation denge, that can be taken up to the right. Maybe the Secretary Madam Alka Madam is now more helpful. She will probably take it up. You can take it, and as the minutes of this meeting or something. No, no, sorry, I didn't mean anything like that. I mean, I mean, you can take your program. Ma'am is there as of now. She is there. During sir's time, I don't know whether sir may have tried the same. I don't know what are the. I mean, since I'm a very small official posted out here, but these are policy decisions. Okay.
Yeah. Let me take it on a different path. Right now, earlier, Department of Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Fisheries was instrumental in getting the cattle food product order. Cattle feed production में rules, regulations बनाने का, standard बनाने का program शुरू किया था. It was in 2008. But with the subsequent induction of FSSAI, since everything, whatever is being here, is going as a food product to the table of human beings, ultimately this cattle feed, poultry feed and other things have come into the domain of FSSAI. And fortunately, unfortunately, I am one of the chair of scientific panel of meat and meat products, including poultry. So there we are looking for it. Right now it is in the inducting phase. So task force has been organized. They are trying to frame the basic structure, basic framework, but it will take time. Sir, actually, sir, the BIS and FSSAI, now there is a mutual agreement that voluntary exercise has been taken up by the BIS and regulatory exercise is being done by the FSSAI, but the basic framework of BIS is being used by the FSSAI to start with. So I think in a time to come, definitely will go with it, but meanwhile, as a time being arrangement, whatever you are asking for can be thought by the concerned authorities in the government. Yeah, please. Mike, please. Actually, मैं चाहता भी हूँ, सुबह से आपने बहुत शांति से सुना है, अब आप लोगों का बारी है. So let us. Yes.
Sir, OPG, a month back I have given a representation to the Secretary DADF, Alkaji, on the same subject. The discussion, how it emerged, that probably when you import a product, there are 6 or 7 guiding principles for the desirability. One is the product has to be non-GMO origin, non-animal origin. There has to be a label claim. There has to be data about human safety and withdrawal period. Probably here, the ministry says it is not the domain to regulate, it's that CDS code. CDS code says it's a non-drug item. So best thing will be that let the industry on its own create a guideline, and the dossier, what Mr. O.P. Singh was saying, that can be followed. And there are a lot of retired employees, there are a lot of veterinary expert, CDS code, state FDAs, probably every state, let there be a certain principle which is not too complicated. We don't have any intention to put it in a drug category. But as a non-drug, there has to be some dossier, including herbal products. Sir. What is the dioxin level are you assessing? I'm not talking about the top producer. There are people producing, we do not know about the dioxin or other pesticide level. So there can be not too difficult, but it has to come from industry, but there has to be some sort of regulation.
No, but ultimately, Dr. Sahab, it will go to the FSSAI because they are the subgroup which is dealing with the nutraceuticals and supplements. Ultimately, their comments are expected on this, and formally it will come. Whenever it will come, then definitely, but it will take time. It will take time. Anybody else? Yes, please.
I think it's 4 o'clock, so I can say good evening. Correct, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah. So good evening all. So as in addition to what O.P. Singh sir had said, then Dr. Dey has said, we are facing a problem where we are finding a ways how to regulate the domestic production. Also, we have to take consideration because certain products which are listed banned in the from the CLAFMA or they have circulated, but those products still are coming to India. So that is the other part of the coin. And moreover, certain banned products, especially I can say because I'm from pharma, so cholesterol sulfate was totally banned. It was very strict from all the agencies, but still it is available in branded. It is available. Just O.P. Singh sir has said, every state, maybe I can put it every district also. So that has to be taken care if you are thinking about One Health program. Thank you.
Yeah. Anything else? Anybody? If not, then I am having certain questions. Always, time and again, we keep on talking about AMRs, and AMRs are being looked after in 2 different perspectives. One is antimicrobial residue, and the other is antimicrobial resistance. So always there is a chaos and confusion. And right now, अभी थोड़ी देर पहले तरुण श्रीधर साहब भी कह रहे थे कि वो पूरा का पूरा जो वन हेल्थ है वो AMR पे रह गया है. So sir, how people are trying to blame us and what is the real situation? We would like to have it from you as you have written a beautiful article on this, sir. Yeah. Because everybody wants to know how exactly it is pondering upon.
No, actually, I don't claim any deep knowledge or expertise on the issue of AMR. But one thing is, this is my belief that the entire One Health agenda is focusing only around AMR, that is resistance, not really addressing the One Health concept and issue. Surprisingly, recently, the G20 declaration, and G20 was held with great fanfare in India. And for 1 year long, there were various side events going on with various groups, etc. The G20, I'll just read from the G20 declaration, verbatim. G20 declaration also makes a mention of AMR. It resolves to strengthening global health and implementing One Health approach. And it explains, I quote, promote One Health-based approach driven by the quadripartite One Health joint plan of action and implement and prioritize tackling antimicrobial resistance following One Health approach. This is what it again zeroes in on one. Now, what is this quadripartite? The quadripartite is World Organization of Animal Health, WOAH, Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, and World Health Organization. So all the 4 pillars of One Health have been captured. Thereafter, the entire paras, sub-paras 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 talk only of human health or AMR. There is not a word of livestock. So one is One Health is not AMR. AMR is only one small component of One Health. Secondly, Mr. O.P. Singh also very, very effectively and very articulated it very well in terms of how much of antibiotics are actually consumed by us through the livestock products. The global data of antibiotic use in livestock sector is a highly suspect data. The latest FAO study says, I quote, the global use of antibiotics in the livestock sector ranges between 63,000 tons to 247,000 tons. Now, what is this range? It is a ridiculous range. It defies all statistical probability. You could say between 64,000 to 70,000, 70 to 75,000, 63,000 to 240,000 tons. It further goes on to state 80% of antibiotics in the livestock sector are used by the swine sector and cattle, primarily cattle reared for beef. We don't have much of swine industry in the country. We don't rear cattle for beef. Further, the global use of antibiotics in aquaculture and poultry sector is less than 10%. This is not my figures. Now, finally, they have agreed upon that probably the annual use of antibiotics in the livestock sector is somewhere between 95,000 to 1 lakh tons. Now, how much of antibiotic is consumed by the livestock sector in this country? There is only one organized study, that is by the Federation of Animal Health Industries, which puts the figure of 2021 at 963 tons. This is less than 1% of the global use. Now, this is not to undermine the issue of AMR, but this is to say that we are dramatizing or scandalizing this AMR issue by giving a bad name to our products and coming up with the statements that there is a rampant use of antibiotics and our poultry farms are the bug houses of antibiotic resistance, etc. So, what I have been repeatedly advocating is and telling the industry, you don't have to shout from rooftops, but at least bring the factual position and data in the public domain and keep reiterating it and saying that our poultry products, our livestock products, aquaculture products, etc., are by and large safe. One or two, see, we are the biggest exporter of shrimp in the world, but one consignment gets rejected of one exporter in European Union. This is what we flash. Our consignment has been rejected. We don't say we are number 1 exporter in the world. 26% of the shrimp traded in the world is Indian shrimp. So if we are number 1 and one consignment out of tons and tons which is being exported but that is something gets highlighted. Okay, press is good, bad news is good news as far as press is concerned, but it is our stakeholders' responsibility to keep hammering in the correct facts there. So that is what I'm saying, that number one, One Health is an integrated program of approaching human health, animal health, and environmental health together as one. Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam. This is what the concept of One Health is. It is not simply AMR. And please don't keep talking AMR in the seminars and workshops. Avoid using this term. So there is no. हमारे सर एक कैटल जो है 2 या 3 पशु तो एक फार्मर के पास हैं, वो 3 या 4 लीटर पर एवरेज देते हैं. हाउ कैन ही अफोर्ड एंटीबायोटिक्स फॉर हिज एनिमल? उसको अपने बच्चों के लिए दूध नहीं मिल रहा पूरा. एंड वी सेइंग that is like we were discussing that we say there are plastic eggs coming. Why will anybody manufacture?
Economics.
So this is something which you have to guard against, and as industry we have to speak with one voice by correcting the correct picture, supported by data and information to people. This is what my point was.
Thank you, sir. Anything? No, then my one question to Mr. Deepak. You have nicely presented, and in your presentation you have shown how to make the consumers aware. But when we want to start with a branding, what should be the first exercise to the poultry industry? This is what I would like to have it from you, because you worked in this domain. If they want to start with the branding exercise and then they want to have the authentication, what should be the beginning point? Because here, somewhere मेरे ख्याल से OP सिंह साहब एग्री करते होंगे कि always we keep on hammering on this issue, but from where to start, how to start, we are missing that point.
So this you are referring to the industry as a whole and not company or in the industry as a whole? Yeah.
Because then it should be applicable to all the industrial people.
Yeah.
Different industries, but a common product as chicken or as a egg. How to go for a brand? Yeah.
See, from what I hear, just spent the last 3 hours here, I think we all know the solution.
How to start with it?
It's just that we're not articulating the solution well. So maybe it requires a bit of deliberation with a specific set of people within this room. Start with simple questions on what the real problem is that we're trying to address. So let's define the problem first, and then define the aspects that we need to be communicating, then prioritize what are those aspects, and then how do we communicate it back to the consumers. Connecting back to the needs of the consumers is a simple way of doing it. So the point is, we know everything, but in a very unstructured manner. We've tried a lot of things. We don't know what works, what doesn't work. Let's bring structure to what we're trying to do, and then initiate it is the larger point that I'm trying to make.
But then how we can start with owning our own regulations or self-regulatory in picking up our health care? Because you have mentioned that also. So how it can be, or how much time it will take for us to become self-regulatory in terms of our health care?
See, we all, like the vegan society, we also need big names, right? So if Virat Kohli goes out and announces and then he's found being eaten chicken somewhere, and then that becomes a big story. So we need story creators. We don't have story creators today. We need buzzwords, which we don't seem to be having. So what are those buzzwords? Who are the story creators? What story are they telling? Become super important. And how many people are they reaching out to is the most important thing. So because if I compare with brands who are backed with enough money, let's take Licious, which was one of the brands that I was talking about. There's enough money and they can communicate anything and everything through anybody that they want to. Here we are constrained by the fact that who's going to fund the whole initiative as well. So we need known names, buzzwords to go out there and then communicate what we need to communicate.
Sir, I would like to say something. Sir, I am Abir Mukherjee from Clamac. One thing I can share with you, what you had just now, you have also asked, and what Mr. O.P. Singh, Mr. Tarun Sidhar said. Yes, what is the actual reality? The hype is going much more for AMR and all. But if you look into it, sir, because of this hype or because of this threat, there are some good things are also happening. You know, it was a time that nothing works better than antibiotic. in poultry, if you see, it's a commercial farming. Everybody need to earn profit. So nothing was better than antibiotic because ROI is important, performance matters, the controlling the mortality matters. So that was the concept. But because of these hypes, sir, we, the organizations, not only me, many others, they are trying to find out whether we could really can offer a successful alternative. And believe me, sir, there are lots of big people, big integrators, farmers. They have also has got certain things in their mind that why not we should also try. Let's see, because ultimate it's the gut health management or ultimate it's the performance that matters. It's not like that people are interested to give antibiotic because there is no alternative, there is no way. So ROI important, they have to serve, they have to manage, they have to maintain the farm. Ultimately it should yield tangible business results. But believe us, sir, this has, even we have tried close to 1 year, 8 months. I think you have seen a glimpse of our product. We have done the toxicological study, everything. It's based on some polymer, some natural concept. And our experience and so many people experience is revealing that if you can make this product as a continuous practice, it is giving better gut health compared to any antibiotics or even halquinol or even probiotic, immunopeptides, bacteriophage. So something good is happening. But yes, I do agree, the hype is too much than the actual reality. But because of this hype, because of this threat, because of this awareness, some good thing also started happening. We as a company investing lot. Today, I think OP or somebody said that how much percentage is your R&D investment? Now the company will force to invest on R&D, developing new product, new concept, and which can work better than antibiotic because it is good to birds, it is good to animals, it is good to anybody, good to human being also. That if you can get rid of antibiotics. Thank you, sir.
Mukherjee, the issue is not the future developmental issues. Issue is if we need to protect our nation and the industry together correctly and pitch your industry into international forum for being the major partner, player, trade, whatever you want to do it. In that case, do not condemn or isolate an industry and put it down. Research, progress, new philosophies, new science are most welcome in the nation. Without fail, everybody should welcome it. Our priorities are that you cannot live into an area of confusion that one sector, which is the largest problem, is still as it is, and one sector, because you're an identified capex-oriented investor, you can be isolated for condemning it. Now, can you condemn today what Sridhar sir said, ki, suppose I own 2 cows and I use 2 injections of antibiotic regularly, will you be able to condemn me at all? No. But if I have invested 500,000 layer birds and producing eggs, I fall into trouble. With one such isolated statement that India suffers with the AMR issues. It's not as simple as what is being delivered today. That's what I'm asking. Look at the human, look at society, look at the fabric, look at the, do you know how many people die because of the hospital-borne diseases in India? So is it One Health? Now Sridhar deliberated those lines of G20 declaration of One Health which directly attacks on the AMR. Now if that is AMR to be understood, then probably our living conditions or our farming conditions or the industry conditions are far more complex than Europeans. Now I have direct question to ask. Those guys who have started talking about AMR, why do they use 37% of the chicken which is produced in Brazil? Only 63% they produce for themselves. 37% chicken is being imported from Brazil where all antibiotics are freely used. That 37% doesn't create AMR in Europe.
Sir, I work with European companies.
No, see.
Their patent they got, which one is having 15 days withdrawal and which one is having 7 days withdrawal. So the 7 days withdrawal will get attraction and
Anyway, I request let's leave the AMR.
I think
my question was to the marketing person.
Yes.
Sir, my problem is this. You know the attributes of egg, what it gives you as a nutrition package. You know who the consumers are in India. You know it's consumed pan-India. You know the target audience. You know the myths around it. Can you design a primary basis where to begin the marketing program of this product? Is that a correct question? Doc?
Yeah.
Is that a correct question?
Yeah.
We need to learn from you.
No, one of the points that I made earlier was on nostalgia as a trend. Okay, so when we were all in college or maybe even in schools, I've grown up seeing that saying ande ka murgi ke ande, and I don't remember the rest of the line, but it's Sunday oya Monday, yeah.
Roz khao ande.
Roz khao ande was the whole thing. But do I eat anda every day? Even today I don't eat. Okay, which means there's still a void in my mind. Can we bring back that nostalgia into the consumer's mind? Now, who are the?
But even that was not correct.
No, let's correct it and bring it back. That's the whole point. So today we've come thus far. Can we correct it and bring it back? Because I am a father today. I used to be a child then when I used to see those ads. So whatever my father did or my mother did, I used to eat. Today I am the one who's making the choice. Can we refresh the memory of the consumer with nuanced aspects and make a small beginning? Could be one way of looking at it. There could be other ways, but we may have to spend a little more time on. Yeah.
Let me explain that. You know, the egg is a pill of so many things. We have all the essential amino acids. We have all the vitamins required for our growth in an optimum level. So instead of having your nutraceutical tablets, which is costing you 50 rupees, no doctor recommends an egg per day. Simply, it is an organic conversion of tablet being given to you, which is usually 50 rupees or 70 rupees. So this is how, because sometimes they are professionals, I would like to have from where we should start and how to start. This is what the point, it was there in my mind.
No, but let us, are the doctor, who's telling the doctors to advocate?
This is what, from where to begin with, because everything is, rather I should say it's a vicious circle.
No, but sir, I'd like to make one point. Couple of days back, there was this video that was circulated on social media.
You also.
And I circulated that to the industry. We are constantly being reactive to such propaganda. I would call it propaganda. Why? And since the captains of industry and senior people are here, why are we being reactive and not proactive? I mean, that's a question I would like to ask all of you today. Why are we being reactive? Why are we sitting quiet and then reacting to video messages that are being circulated? One doesn't see very much of proactive communication from the industry.
Because actually we don't have any organized system of doing that. This is what we need to start with. And one question to Kinjal. In fact, you had a beautiful presentation and talked about changing the behavior in today's context. So how to refine or redefine this luxury of having a good quality egg and meat in our diet? How to redefine this luxury?
I don't think I am the right person to address this question. I think what I was trying to indicate is that the...
No, you have shown many attributes.
Right.
So can this fit into that somewhere?
See, that's what I was talking about, that people are changing, they are understanding this, they are understanding the value of nutrition, protein important in the diet, more so after the pandemic of COVID, because that has become very important. And they are also understanding the fact that poultry is one of the cheapest source of proteins. So that's why we are seeing this growth in consumption happening irrespective of the macroeconomic situation which is happening, whether input prices are going up, down, broiler realizations are going up, down, etc. That consumption is definitely increasing. It's just like we were discussing earlier as well, that it's about the taboo or it's about the belief, etc., which one needs to change, whether eating poultry or egg is against or his or her religion or not. I think that's where the entire consumption related issue comes up.
But increase in consumption is a relative term. We are increase in the population size also, and then there is an increase in the consumption pattern also. How to match with these two figures?
Right. So overall, I think when we are saying increase in consumption, you are right. It could be because the population is increasing, or whether because per capita consumption is increasing. Per capita
no, but
consumption
that is skewed development.
Right.
That is a skewed development, and we are trying to normalize the data with the entire country, because whatever you have presented, it's a normalized
Right.
data. So then it is not the real perception,
Not the
real shadow what we want to show.
Right.
This is what. So is there any method through which we can get the real-time data and then we can analyze that? Why there is a skewed development? Why there is a skewed consumption? Is it because of availability, or is it because of lack of supply chain? Exactly, we are not trying to redefine it where we are lacking. This is what is the point. So in your study, if any such thing you have come across? No.
Not really.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah, please.
Sir, good evening, everybody. I'm Gautam Bhadra. Sir, there's a big threat is coming in environment pollution. We are having the layer farmer in near to Calcutta and other. Not only Calcutta, it is India. People are very skeptical about the ammonia and fly issue from the farm. And local authority, they have issued already notice to stop farming or. So what is a biogas is an alternative is there. But government is not giving any support. Only central government has got some support, but local government is no support. How we can counter this problem? Over.
Yeah, anybody? You are asking question to whom? Of course. Chalo, let me reply. See, since last 2 or 3 years, we are trying hard that these biogas plants should become a positive or alternate to the environmental issues. But if you'll see the poultry as such, let me quote International Poultry Council. Last time what they said, we need to go in depth to redefine ourselves and to support whatever we are saying with the first-hand information and statistical data. पोल्ट्री के बारे में अगर हम बात करें तो पोल्ट्री में अगर जमीन का स्पेस का बात करें तो 1950 में जो जमीन और जो स्पेस रिक्वायरमेंट था उससे 50% आज की तारीख पे लगता है. एग्रीड? वाटर कंजम्पशन 50%, गैस एमिशन लेस 71%. In other words, what we are trying to say, egg are eco-friendly or they are friends to the planet. Okay. At the same time, another wealth, which is the dropping or excreta, we are not managing it properly. And this is the point, and this is the portion which is left over. If you manage it properly, because nowadays many more alternates are available. The main problem for setting up the biogas plant is slurry. Because once gas production is over, then slurry is coming out, and how to dispose this slurry. This is the biggest problem, because ultimately that creates a problem. Fly nuisance, it is only because the excreta is being accumulated over there. So these two problems are there. Time and again we have shown this, but entrepreneurs, they are not interested in two terms. Number one, already you have spoken, there is no government incentive from the state government. It is only central agency you have to approach, and for certain volume only they are giving. उससे नीचे वाले को वो भी entertain नहीं करता. So we need to come up with some alternate, like sir NDDB ने अभी जो शुरू किया है छोटे छोटे बायोगैस प्लांट्स देना अंडर ये नेशनल डेयरी प्लान पार्ट 2 में. Such exercise needs to be encouraged by the industry, because we need to have a pilot project and then we need to replicate it. And then we can say how we can incentivize it. So perhaps it could become an alternate to that. But it will take time. For a unit like 5,000 birds, 10,000 birds, it is not feasible. So we need to look for some other alternate. At the same time, you are losing a fertilizer, organic fertilizer, which in a normal scope, because हम लोगों ने cottage industry को भी बढ़ावा नहीं दिया है. Otherwise somebody can take this. हम लोगों के भी दिमाग में रहता है, पोल्ट्री का एक्सक्रीटा उठाओ और खेत में डाल दो. And sometimes you come across इसमें अमोनिया ज़्यादा था, इस खेत में भी प्रॉब्लम खड़ा हो गया. But if you can standardize against NPK, you can convert it into a solid organic fertilizer, then आपका domestic demand बहुत ज़्यादा है. But don't do it yourself. पोल्ट्री का शुरुआत में अगर आपने देखा होगा, the poultry man in the initial beginning, when we were called as poultry farmers, when industrial stature has not been awarded to the poultry, what we used to do? We used to have our own hatchery, we used to have our own feed mill, we used to have our own management, and then final product is coming out. But now see, the domain is different. Area of specialization is different. Likewise here, what I urge, a separate segment should come out, maybe in terms of startups. Like COVID has given so many startups. So far, delivery of poultry and poultry products are concerned. Likewise here also, if we can encourage something like that. So it is a viable option. This is one of the viable option, but definitely state has to look after this. Yeah, please short map. Now we'll try to conclude. Yeah. Mike, please.
Hello, good evening to everybody. In connection with Gautam Das queries, I like to inform that I have worked very jointly hand to hand with Indian Oil Corporation to bring that biogas plant to our state. And we are successful. Already Multi Poultries has started to install that biogas plant. There is some constraint indeed, because the scale of economy does not match with the micro project to generate that biogas plant to install this thing. Apart from that, I like to share with the audience that Government of India has taken a very big initiative. They are supporting a lot, and they have already they have made a plan to buy back that organic fertilizer, and it is going to be mandatory for synthetic fertilizer producer to take 23% of the organic manure. And for that, no trade license is required to sell pan-India. For fertilizer, we have to take license for local, but for biofertilizer, there is no such licensing is there. Number one. Number two, IOC and other two oil company, they have this agenda to buy back that gas, and we can put in that national grid, or anybody can convert to it to own consumption. A lot of things are happening for the conversion of poultry manure to biogas, and India is moving around that. And in our state, already one plant is going to be is under construction, and that will be commissioned within September. And another issue I like to share, I have my own experience. I am working for Multi Poultry's egg marketing in Calcutta. So for branding of egg, one thing has to be highlighted, that is freshness.
Yes.
We have some myth. अंडा पेट गरम कर देता है, दिमाग गरम कर देता है, अंडा ज़्यादा खाना अच्छा नहीं है. But we are not focusing and sharing this information that fresh egg is as easily digestible as milk.
Yeah.
Initiation was a quantitative, roach cow one day. But why? That message has not been percolated to audience. These two tips I want to give you for the branding. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think it's an excellent discussion what has taken place right now. And let us come to the concluding session. Already we are getting out of time. So good evening, friends. GN Ghosh Saab, who is an inspirational force to organize such event, who is a true poultry lover, who had a deep sense of understanding the poultry sector and always trying to convey his feeling through such gatherings. Mr. Sanjay Mukherjee, who is translating his feelings into the reality, taking it to the platform, and then sending a sense all together in the poultry fraternity. Most respected Tarun Sridhar sir, whenever we request him, usually he is with us. Mr. O.P. Singh, who has just left, Mr. Amit Saraugi, Dr. Divyundev Day, my friend Dr. Batobial, and the real poultry lovers, those who are left over in the hall, because ultimately पूर्णाहुति होके पहले पूर्णाहुति तक जो सब बैठे रहते हैं वो ही यज्ञ में शामिल माने जाते हैं. Indeed, it's a matter of great pleasure, and my thanks to IPR for regularly organizing an event which gives a brain, which gives a food to our brain for preparing ourselves in a future landscape. And this year, the title itself indicates, because it's a title which is very rare, landscaping of poultry consumption pattern. After a series of thoughts, this has been decided to take this topic for a brainstorming today. Growth is there in the poultry sector, and it is since independence. A remarkable growth, almost a 50-fold increase in production. But whenever we are talking in terms of ratio, almost 140 acres of livestock and poultry and 140 crores of population in the country, ratio is almost 1:1, and then feeding the stomach of these many persons or countrymen. We thought that whether this production commensurate with the consumption or the production is surplus and consumption is not commensurating with the production in our country, because always time and again we come across the problem of demand supply matrix. Moreover, it is serious, it is severe because of the perishable nature of poultry and poultry products. Thank you, Sridhar sir. Today you have coined another term. Always I am fascinated with your coining the term. Egg is beautiful, beautiful egg. So it can be redefined, because once I fascinated with the redefining egg by our Honorable Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath ji, in one of our meeting, he defined and redefined this egg as a panchi phal. This is a mode of communication, how best we can communicate and psychologically prepare the persons for general acceptance. Definitely, the policy matters a lot on this. Why I say, because morning में श्रीधर साहब ने भी कहा था, पॉलिसी को भी थोड़ा सा बताया था और उसको इंडिकेट भी किया था. Although in a growth of poultry sector, Government of India tried to frame the policies time and again, redefined, refurnished, midterm corrections have been made so as to provide a congenial environment for the poultry to grow in this country. But of course, on the other hand, what we should see, almost 2.5 crores of malnourished children in this country. If we'll see malnourishment vis-a-vis death, infant deaths due to malnutrition, almost 5%. When we are talking about malnutrition, that shows we don't have food security in toto. And this is only because of price rise, affordability, food grains are not available. See today, if we are trying to see only the protein as a source of malnutrition, the pulses which are costing 180 rupees a kg, how many persons can afford? But the egg, which is around 3 to 5 rupees, everybody can afford. We have seen almost different pictures because let me quote one experiment. Almost it was an extension oriented experiment done by Tanuvas, जो Tamil Nadu Veterinary and Animal Science University है. They have picked quail eggs and selected a village and they offered the eggs to the young children. Altogether, after a feeding of 3 months, they have taken out the health status of that particular village. Particularly, the labor class, they have selected the laborers and the persons, those were below poverty line. The status was marvelous. It was tremendous differences in their health status has been seen because they have obtained the primary data and then subsequently they tried to make it. We have made it a basis in the ministry, sir, for midday meal that if egg can be provided in the midday meal. In few of the states it has been started, but because of one or other reason, in few of the states it has been dropped. So, what I mean to say, when Mr. O.P. Singh was saying, yes, we are a food provider, certainly it has given a flashback to my mind. In our childhood, what we used to have in our food basket. जब शाम को थाली आता था, सुबह थाली मिलता था, उसमें हार्डली दाल, सब्जी, रोटी, चावल. This is the standard menu, and whenever you fall sick, you'll get the fruits. Milk, usually, since beginning it has been. But what I mean to say, there was a limited scope. Maybe factors are different, affordability, maybe the factors availability. But nowadays, just see your food basket. You think and the thing is in your basket. Why? Again, the same factors. You can afford it, things are available to you, and more so ever, now you are not deciding the menu. Your children are deciding the menu. What you are going to have it in the breakfast or what you are going to have it in the lunch or in the dinner. But when we try to analyze the data, how much money we spend on our food, in earlier days, when it was ranging between 70 to 20%, not beyond that. In late 90s and 20th century, we started spending around 35 to 40%. But certainly one matrix, sir, I fail to understand. This was almost 56% by 2009 and 10. But after that, the trend is declining. Now it is around 54% of the total earning a person is spending on his food basket. What I mean to say, now there are basal areas, there are basic areas, and there are niche areas. All kind of food, whatever is being produced, if it is safe, it is being consumed. Now, we need to see this sector all together in two different aspects. One, when we are looking it at as livelihood issues. On the other hand, when we are looking to the niche market and middle income group, rising income, again support this to be going towards the niche market. So again, there is a lot of scope for value added products. Now, when we are talking about poultry and poultry product as products to safeguard the human health, how many of us knows that the two factors which are there in the egg, the xanthine and zeaxanthin, they prevent the macular degeneration. And macular degeneration of eyes means ultimately the consumption of egg improves the eyesight. But we are giving a lot of medication for preventing the macular degeneration and we are not giving a prescription of an egg. or the extract of egg, but rather what doctor used to prescribe, they say xanthine and zeaxanthine in a purified form, which is beyond the affording limit of so many persons. Now still, I remember time and again in almost all the gatherings we are talking about that ICMR recommends at least 180 eggs per capita per annum. But how about those people, those who are taking eggs every day? I have gone in depth from where this 180 eggs figure has come out, and then I find that in NIN, National Institute of Nutrition, in their manual has written this: the egg should not be taken more than twice in a week. So this basic inception from that particular document has misled to the entire country in that direction. So what we are doing, we say आज का consumption हमारा 103 अंडा है, 104 अंडा है per capita per annum, और हमको 180 तक जाना है. Why not 365? Why not 400? So what I mean to say, we need to have a proper information and dissemination of proper information. In the initial opening address, Tarun Sridhar Saab has beautifully defined how we should switch over from food security to the nutritional security. And whenever we are talking about nutritional security, mostly it is a protein which per se we are targeting. How many of us are educated that how much protein is required in our body every day? If we need to educate the person only up to that extent, I think perhaps the consumption pattern will change. Roughly, you need 1 gram of protein per kilogram of your body weight every day. Then sir, in FSSAI, because what slide you have shown, time and again we discussed in FSSAI also, and as already I told, I am chairing one of the scientific panel over there. What happens whenever we are giving the inputs, the input goes to the scientific committee and then finally it is being drafted. Time and again we said, जितना emphasis meat and meat products और poultry को मिलना चाहिए, वो उसमें हमको नहीं मिलता है. और इनिशियली थोड़ा सा स्लो डेवलपमेंट भी था स्टैंडर्ड्स बनाने में, एंड इट वाज सो बिकॉज वी नीड टू टेक अ बैलेंस्ड अप्रोच. अल्टीमेटली दिस पोल्ट्री इज अ लाइवलीहुड टू सो मेनी पर्सन्स, राइट फ्रॉम प्राइमरी प्रोड्यूसर टू द कटर, इवन इन द वेट मार्केट. So whenever we are bringing about the legislation, we need to slowly and stepwise transform these units to a better one. But now standards, few of these standards have been notified, few are there in the pipeline, and again what we felt, if few of these standard needs revision, so we have started revising also, sir. The sector which is there in our hand is really a sector which is promising, which has a tremendous scope and which has a tremendous potential. Potential in terms of alleviating your poverty, in terms of bringing out the health to the persons, in terms of reducing the mortality in the infants, and also contributing significantly to the society in terms of socio-economic upliftment. There are certain psychological factors also that affects this consumption. Rightly you said, sir, in fact, कभी डॉक्टर बोल देता है कि ज़्यादा नॉनवेज मत खाओ. You have shown today that Noida school has asked not to bring the non-vegetarian food in the afternoon tiffin by the students. But no positive factor is going from our side that why they should have it. So perhaps in making a correction on these points, we will have a better landscape so far poultry and poultry product consumption are concerned. अमित सरावगी जी ने बात की थी प्रोडक्शन की और प्रोडक्टिविटी की. Yes, our birds have a potential and we can produce. You have never heard of कि प्याज का scarcity तो मार्केट में हो जाता है, 200 रुपए किलो का प्याज पहुंच जाता है, but we have never seen the scarcity of either egg or chicken. So this is the potential of the sector. Whenever there is a demand, sufficient material is available with us. But ultimately, sometimes it fails. Last week, we were there at Guwahati, and there, Principal Secretary Saab was saying कि हमारे यहाँ ब्रॉयलर तो बहुत हो गया, सरप्लस है, but layers नहीं है. So it means there is a skewed development. And skewed development could be because of several reasons. Maybe convenient है, और switch on switch off system ब्रॉयलर में लोग यूज कर लेते हैं, बहुत कम इंक्यूबेशन टाइम है, 30 दिन के अंदर हमारा जो पैसा लगाया है वो प्रॉफिट सहित वापस आ जाता है. एग में लंबा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का जरूरत पड़ता है. देयर आर सो मेनी फैक्टर्स, बट अगेन इट नीड्स अ सिस्टमैटिक अप्रोच हाउ टू डेवलप द सेक्टर with a almost holistic approach. And technology infusion, मुझे लगता है जितना पोल्ट्री में टेक्नोलॉजी इन्फ्यूजन हुआ है शायद किसी सेक्टर में नहीं हुआ. So we are ready to accept the technology. We are ready to infuse the technology so far our production is concerned, so far our productivity is concerned. और समीर अग्रवाल साहब ने ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन को, खासकर पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री के ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन को बहुत अच्छे तरीके से परिभाषित भी किया और बताया भी what all transformations have been quickly adopted by the poultry industry, and the ultimate result is the increased growth. सिर्फ छोटे मोटे अगर हम डेटा देख लें, now from last census to the last to last census, almost there is 10% decrease in the backyard population and there is almost 10% increase in the commercial population. It means there is a shift, and technology adaptation and conversion of small and marginal farmers to the commercial farmer is there. So which is a positive sign. This is what I consider. OP Singh साहब ने सबसे important बात जो कही, and that I also understand is very important, that is KYC. Not a bank, but here he's talking in terms of know your customer. What exactly customer wants, and if we can design our product as per the customer demand, as per the market demand, and can we create a level of convenience for this product to reach to the consumer? Because ultimately, supply chain and logistics, these two are the biggest problem of this sector. And this is a high time when we need to resolve this. Whenever we are talking in terms of education to the consumer, can't we use our own social media in getting it done? हम लोग अपना तो फोटो लेकर के डाल देते हैं, बट हैव वी एवर टॉक्ड अबाउट, हमने कभी सोशल मीडिया को अपने टूल के समान इस्तेमाल किया है? बिकॉज यूजुअली इंडस्ट्री का आह्वान करता हूं मैं, इफ दे कैन पुट अ सेल ऑन दिस repeatedly, they should be on the social media, defining, redefining, posting, reposting with the all positive benefits of poultry and poultry products. बहल साहब ने दो तीन बहुत अच्छी चीजें बताई थी और बहुत अच्छे से डिस्कस भी किया. हाउ फ्रॉम द एंशिएंट टाइम वी हैव टेकन अप दिस पोल्ट्री from backyard venture to a commercial venture as on date, wherein initially we don't have the sufficient breeding stock. And perhaps I'll add to his presentation, the very first breed improvement program in poultry was inducted by Government of India by establishing 4 central poultry breeding farms. And still now, sir, they are known as CPDOs. So these central poultry breeding farms, और ultimately अगर आप देखेंगे तो हमारे जितने लीडिंग प्राइवेट सेक्टर्स के प्राइवेट पार्टनर्स हैं, ये सेंट्रल पोल्ट्री ब्रीडिंग फार्म का आइदर ह्यूमन रिसोर्स और मटेरियल दे हैव यूज्ड टू ब्रिंग द पोल्ट्री in the shape today what we are observing. Yes, awareness to the consumer in terms of nutrition and in terms of food safety is also important. So it cannot be seen in isolation. How poultry capital and market behaves, this is an important factor for a constant growth or sustainability of this sector. Mr. Deepak said authenticity and nostalgia. These are the two things which again we can bring it back in making a brand value of our product. Certainly I agree that brand बनाने में थोड़ा बहुत capital investment तो होगा, but certainly it will be with the assured returns. So far nowadays the startups are concerned. पोल्ट्री के बारे में मैं एक बात जरूर कहना चाहूँगा कि शुरुआत में जैसे कहा मैंने, initially it is the poultry farmer who was looking after all the aspects. So we can redefine it in that term कि अकेला चला था मैं सफर पे, लोग मिलते गए, कारवां बनता गया, धीरे धीरे ब्रीडर्स लाइन में आए, न्यूट्रिशनिस्ट लाइन में आए, एनिमल हेल्थ वर्कर्स आए, कंपनीज आए, पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट वाले एक्सपर्ट्स आए, and nowadays we are coupled with so many ancillary units giving employment of so many persons, at the same time adding to the value of our product or quality delivery in the product. So what ultimately I can say that future is very bright. We need to have a relook to ourselves, and I must compliment Ghosh साहब, साल भर में एक बार ऐसा रिव्यू यहाँ पे होने के बाद at least things are coming up, what exactly is required for the sector, and in a time to come where we need to work upon, so that whatever sustainability we have obtained so far, our annual growth rate is concerned, should be continued. एक छोटा एग्जांपल और आपको बताऊंगा मैं. There are few states, they have come out with their state poultry production policies or state poultry policies. I belong to Uttar Pradesh. That policy was inducted in 2012, and 15-16 में when we tried to evaluate it, almost जो poultry population था उसमें 11% का उछाल आया था. It means when you have a focused approach and investment, apart that hand holding also, then certainly you are going to get the results. So at the end, I would like to narrate with the sentence कि जो भी काम हाथ में लिया है उसको बहुत अच्छे तरीके से हम लोग करते रहें. नया सवेरा जरूर आएगा और आने वाला हम सभी लोगों का समय, खासकर पोल्ट्री इंडस्ट्री का समय, उज्जवल था, उज्जवल है और उज्जवल रहेगा. Thank you very much for a patient hearing, and thank you very much organizers for giving me this opportunity to be here. And let me thank my colleague Dr. Vijay Makhija also, because since beginning he was with us. This panel discussion was his domain, but unfortunately he couldn't make it to come because of some unforced circumstances. So thank you, Vijay, if you are looking or you are watching us online. Thank you so much, one and all. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, Professor Shukla. And with that, we come to an end of IPR Annual Conclave 2024. A big thank you to all our speakers who made this event what it was today, and to our sponsors, Praniganga, Total, ABTL, Hoover Pharma, Bhandari Feeds, Crown Nutrition, Jaffa, Indian Trading Bureau, Sapiens, Glamac, and High-Tech. Hope to have you all with us next year, next August. Thank you. Good night.